Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet, a YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8, and this is Let's Play Chaos Head Noah. We're doing the Causeway route. Okay, OBS chance, these work just fine. Let's hop into this. Double check OBS again. Okay, so yes, so 4 yeses and then a no in order to activate this one. Okay, she came here to save me. Yes. The transfer student is a professional exorcist. Yes. Her wimpy looks are actually camouflage. Yes. She's here to kill Remy. You two kill each other. No. Kerbam swing. Well, we now have the 5-foot-tall anime girl here to save us. With the power of Christ, I guess. Or Shintoism. Either one. So we have the short, but it's like there are no tall people. Like the tallest, like Ayase, but even then, well, no, Yua's pretty tall. But it's not like we're gonna have like Lady Dimitrescu height people. Like it's not like, oh, and this transfer student's 8 feet tall. Then again, there aren't very many people that are 8 feet tall. It's like, oh, Lunar, why are there more short people than there are tall people? Simple. The average height in America is like, what, 5'8"? Let's see. I think the average height for the average man in America is 5'8". I'm 5'10". Used to be 5'11" at one point, but aging sucks. Don't look forward to when I'm really old, if I even live that long. That being said, people still tend to think I'm short. Then again, most people that are tall, the people that are 6.5 foot plus, especially the people that are over 7 feet, just existing tends to make their legs break. So human beings were not meant to be that tall. But shorter people tend to not have as many problems with their knees or back. That being said, if there was an 8-foot tall woman who liked me, yeah, totally would. Classes for the day ended, and the relaxed atmosphere of the after-school hours was permeating the school. Causeway Orihara was walking slowly and unsteadily toward the school gate. Okay, we're finally going to see why you were limping that one day. And you also ran into Masumi, but here's the thing. I was questioning the hell out of that when we first played it, and we're fine. Though in every playthrough I hear you already limping, and then you hit your knee, and I'm like, oh my god, ow, that sounds like it hurt. She was looking down at the ground, and her gait was unsteady. Already? Her expression was flat, and her eyebrows were tensed up, like she was trying not to burst into tears. So that means you were hurt before you got to the school. But Masumi said he walked around the school with you for a fucking hour. How fucking little does he have to care about someone else's feelings or about them as a human being to fucking parade you around the goddamn building as a so-called tour as a way to try to get in between your pants? If you're already on the verge of tears, just fucking standing. Like, did he not notice or care that you were in pain? Shit. She just transferred to the school and she was alone here. She'd known from the start that she would be. She almost never, in fact, never tried to talk to anyone. It's understandable. I can be a bit nervous talking to people. I got you, Causeway. I understand completely. Even during class, if a teacher called on her to solve a problem or read a paper, she would just sit there and fidget with tears in her eyes. None of the students or teachers at the school had ever heard her speak. Once she put up walls, even the students who were interested in talking to the new girl soon gave up. There were one or two weird classmates who were still trying to talk to her, but she never opened up to them. But even so, it didn't bother her too much. She made a friend, even if it was only one. Not a classmate, but an older student. They were the one person that she could trust in the strange new city of Tokyo that she had just moved to. Yeah, the first you mentioned, like the second person you met here was Senna, though oddly enough, the first person you met was her father, and she's been looking for him ever. She didn't want any other friends. She didn't really want to get along with the other classmates. She just wanted to be left alone, she thought. It was dusk, and children were laughing and running around the lake at Shoto Park. A young boy with a beaming smile ran past her as she walked down the park's path. He was holding a cute little hand mirror, shaped like an elephant. Two housewives, probably the children's parents, were talking to each other in loud voices. Kozue could hear them speaking clearly. So this ghost video with the Sun Menkyo is really scary. Oh, yeah, I've heard about this. What's a Sun... How the fuck do I say this? Sun Menkyo... The thing with the mirrors, you know. 3 mirrors lined up in a row. Oh, mirrors. 3 mirrors. Got it. So, what's the video about? Kozue realized that she'd come to a stop in front of the bench. A cold sweat had beaded on her forehead. The two housewives stopped and looked at her suspiciously. She came back to her senses and got out of the park as fast as she could. Mirrors. For Kozue, mirrors were a traumatic thing, connected to a past she didn't want to remember. But she felt mirrors, memories, coming back, and tried her best to stop them. Kozue told herself she was being ridiculous and headed back to the station. When she got to the Bunkamanchi match... Really, how the fuck do I say that? Light got in her eyes. It was dazzlingly bright. Kozue shivered. She had to deal with this a lot before she moved reflections from mirrors. The nightmares came back, and her mind started to panic. What a coincidence. Or was it a coincidence? Or was somebody doing it deliberately? It had to be a coincidence. She prayed as she looked around. There was a white station wagon parked a bit away from her. Its driver was a man she didn't know, and he was leaning out of the car. In his hand was a mirror. He looked like he was adjusting it. The light hit her eyes again and again. Terrified, she put her hands up to block it out and then ran across the crosswalk as fast as she could. Her mind was filled with terror and confusion. She wanted to get home as fast as she could. She didn't want to be here. The tears came streaming down her face. It had to be a coincidence, she kept telling herself. She wiped the tears away with her fingertips. And then... the light hit her once more. The brightness violated her eyes with a stabbing pain. The white station wagon had followed her. The man had gotten back inside, but his arm was still poking out. He still had the mirror in his hand. The next thing she knew, she was running as fast as she could, all the way to the station. She pushed her way through the crowds, knocking at a passerby. Again and again, they glared at her, and a few complained, but she was too scared to stop. When she made it to the front of the station, the white station wagon was stopped at a red light at Scramble Crossing. She hid behind the Hachiko statue, wrapping her arms tightly around her body and trying to catch her breath. What was that? She couldn't think straight. She just kept telling herself, it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. Sailor uniforms are so hot. Her head jerked up. It was a boy about college age who was evidently waiting for someone in front of the station. He was standing with his back toward her. He'd said the words softly into the phone he was holding. They echoed in her mind. Sailor uniforms are so hot. Sailor uniforms. On fire? He never turned toward her. The phone stayed up at his ear. She thought that maybe he was listening to somebody on the phone. But he didn't nod or say anything at all. He was just standing there. Was he really on the phone? My Mermaid Bride is from Seto. It's such a great show. He spoke softly again. This time, she had no idea what he meant. But she heard another word, Seto, that reminded her of her awful past. Her body started shaking. She couldn't even look at the man anymore. She was too scared. She just crouched down and covered her ears. A coincidence. It's just a simple coincidence. She kept saying that to herself, again and again. She stayed there for over an hour, and nobody talked to her at all. When she looked up again, the college kid was gone.
そうよ。勉強したみたいね。
それなら手に入れた。僕はディソードも今家に。
知ってるわ。
よし、つながった。
At least I can still remember this. I've had to enter this in so many times. Still, Darth Spider. Still odd you're a serial killer. You and your husband, who is a detective. The police officer is a serial killer. The nurse is a serial killer. Yeah, the voice at the end of the center route, was that Momose? If so, that's concerning. In a deserted back alley in Center Street, you could hear the faint panting of a girl named Kozue Arahara. You hit them pretty fucking hard. Holy shit. How did they survive that? Were you extra hard on them this time? Like, under most circumstances, you did, well, you at least didn't. But holy crap. She was holding a huge sword in her hand. No, it was shaped curiously, that it wasn't clear if it was a sword at all. It was more like a snowboard than a weapon. But the edge was impossibly sharp, and its surface was dangerously solid. A swing from it would be enough to sever someone's head, bone and all, in an instant. Dark red blood clung to the blade, dripping off the edge. The lolly of death. Does it mean like I'm basically insulting her for being short? Sky, you're short. The short person of death. But hey, at least a person's knees aren't going to give out when they get older. I'm at least at the right height that I can get the maximum use out of being taller without having long-term knee problems. Even I did have some problems with my knees when I was working. Still trying to adjust a bit. Was trying to jog a bit, but trying to get back into it, I strained my back. I should be careful not to try to lift things that are too heavy for me. So did you kill them in this version of it? Because I know in all the other versions you just sort of knocked them out. It wasn't you that killed them. It was the police officer that's actually a serial killer. A young man was crawling on the ground in front of her. There were pools of filthy water all around him, but he was still trying to crawl as far away from her as he could. Kozue was looking down at him, smiling happily. There was no sign of her usual timorous demeanor. If anything, she looked like she was having the time of her life. Her cheeks were even flushed with excitement. Her blade had just brutally, mercilessly sliced through two of the man's friends. Are they dead? She wouldn't kill them, but she was going to make the bad people suffer, though the detective is going to kill them after us. The three young punks were covered in blood. their faces puffed out with bruises. A moment ago, they had been bullying Kozue's classmate, Takumi Nishijo. Kozue could hear the voices in people's hearts. As she'd happened to pass by the alley, she heard several disgusting voices. Creepy, yuck. Don't mess with me. Psychic die, I'll smash your face in. Creepy punch, die, psychic. Shut up, my life's shit. I'll take it out on you. My girlfriend dumped me yesterday. Maiko, don't screw around with me. I'll feel better if I hit you. Show up. Die, 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 die. Fake psychic. I'll take my problems out on you. For some reason, that just makes me think maybe I should try to go back and play Kid Chameleon again. That's a really, agitating platformer because everything's fucking slippery. And then you get to the ice sections. That makes it worse. He told me to get money. You get lots of money, so punch, money, 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 kill, kill, suffer. Him, punny, kill, kill. Ha 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 ha. Feels good hurting people. Feels so good, so good. This is awesome. It feels so good. I'm fighting back against society. I'm so awesome. The cops, the teachers, my mom, nobody can stop me now. I'm so awesome. I'm so cool. I look so badass kicking his ass. I want to kill you. Among the ugly voices, there was one that was powerful and full of hate. Nishigo. You just combined both his names. I'm sorry I flubbered the word. Nichigo, Naruto, Sasuke, Uchiha, man. I honestly can't remember how to pronounce his name, but let's see it in front of me right now. Okay. Sasuke. Now you're combining Naruto and Sasuke. Okay, apparently. Do I need sleep or something? I've been sleeping well, but still. What the fuck? By the time she realized it was the voice of Takumi's heart, Kozue was already there, and then she'd beaten up the bad guys. Only one more needed to suffer for justice to be done. The threat would be removed, both for Takumi Nishijo and for her. That's the thing. People be like, oh, you got bullied a lot when you were younger. Looter, would you have felt emasculated if a 5-foot-tall lolly saved you? No. If a 5-foot-tall lolly came running through with a giant fucking surfboard, snowboard, sword with magical powers, like a fucking magical girl anime, as if it was, made by the people who originally did Berserk, I'd be cool with it. It definitely would not emasculate me at all. So I really wouldn't give a shit about that. Besides, I've been in relationships with people that were weaker than me who were actually abusive to me. But of course, that's just depressing. That being said, I wouldn't feel insecure or, feel like, embarrassed or ashamed or emasculated if I was with a partner who was like if I was literally with fucking Wonder Woman or Power Girl, or Power Woman, or however you say it. Basically, if it's like a woman who's like, okay, she's like 6.5 feet tall and she can punch through a fucking skyscraper and concrete and shit, I'm cool with that. I would just hope that she wouldn't care about, granted, that I don't have abs. One day I might. I want to. I'm working on it, but I keep injuring myself by trying to exercise too hard and then not doing anything because I'm trying to recover from the injuries of me trying too hard at the gym, as I don't feel like I've made any progress since I've started trying to train out more. You combine the word training with working out, it's great. You can't fucking talk, man. I'm just saying, if I was with actual fucking Wonder Woman or a woman who was actually taller than me and stronger, yeah, I wouldn't feel emasculated that my partner's, more heck, I could be a woman who's a fucking UFC fighter or WWE or some shit. Wouldn't care. As long as the person wouldn't ever be interested in ever hurting me. Heck, most important advice I can give to anyone out there in the world is, regardless of what gender or sexual orientation you are in, if you're ever with any kind of partner that is abusive to you in any way, verbally or physically, or makes you feel worthless, or basically makes you feel unsafe to be around, yeah, you should definitely break up with them instantly and go no contact and have nothing to do with them. But I'll say this, if I just have a partner who's just taller than me, because here's the thing, I have no problem with a woman that's taller than me. Heck, I would date women that were 9 feet taller. Well, that too, but they'd be like 15 feet all the time, if I could put words together correctly. But if a woman's just like 9 foot tall, I'd totally date her, and I wouldn't feel insecure about it at all. That being said, there's two reasons why I wouldn't date a woman that's 9 feet tall. One, they don't actually exist. I don't think a human body could withstand that without their bones collapsing. It's called the square cube law of engineering. It's why we don't build skyscrapers out of wood. Because at the end of the day, if you made a human being taller, it's basically how much you increase certain measurements by a square. It increases the load and density by a cube. Simply put, even if a human skeletal structure is the same strength as normal, even if it's stronger than average, if the person's really tall, yes, the bones themselves will be stronger than an average person, but the amount required on them just for existing would be incredibly higher. The likelihood of people just breaking if a person was actually 9 feet tall, they wouldn't be able to build any muscle at all. Their organs wouldn't be able to process. Like, here's the thing. Your organs, your liver, your insulin, all that stuff, and we're not talking diabetic. We're talking just having enough calories to keep yourself alive even in an anorexic state. A person who's 9 feet tall, you wouldn't be able to eat enough calories to stay alive. And you're like, well, you ate all the time. No, because here's the thing. Those calories still got to be processed by your metabolism. It's not an issue of those things getting processed fat. It's an issue of your body just can't process that much waste all at once from normal food, even if you're eating clean. And even then, the amount, like, you can take, again, if you increase the size of a building, yes, you can square the measurements of something, but you'll wind up cubing. So instead of going to an exponent of 2 times by itself, you're going to an exponent of 3 times by itself. It's the point where the bigger you make something, the more you're making it impossible for it to really exist. Now, do I believe there were actual giants and shit in the past? Yes. But how does that work? I don't fucking know. Like, there had to be some other factors involved. Who knows? I don't know. All I know is this. Realistically, according to what we currently know about science, if a person's 9 feet tall, your body wouldn't even be able to process the calories needed to keep you alive. You wouldn't be able to get enough nutrients to make everything work. And here's the thing. Your heart has to pump the blood through that entire fucking body. A human heart can't handle that. Hell, bodybuilders who wind up 300 pounds, or whether it's people that are 300 pounds of fat, or people that are 300 pounds of fucking pure muscle, your body has to pump the blood through all of that. And yes, it's better to have more muscle and all that, but at some point, it puts too much pressure on your joints. It puts too much pressure on your heart. And then there's this fact that, especially the people that are really tall and have a lot of weight, just existing puts so much pressure on the person's knees and legs. People that are 7 foot plus, their legs tend to get brittle as they get older. But yeah, realistically, like, you can't build a skyscraper out of wood. And if you can, you must be an engineering genius. And even then, it can't be that tall of a skyscraper unless of course, you're using stuff that's either cheating, like, oh, it's wood, but it's wood around, like, solid fucking steel. But then again, like, I feel like engineering lately is, like, going downhill. Just because, though I do like really cool looking buildings. Like, I'm not Catholic, but I like the old Catholic churches. Like, they just look really cool. I like buildings. I like architecture. I like nature. I know it's nerdy of me to say, but I like going outside and, like, just watching the trees move in the wind, or watch the clouds, or sometimes I'll go over on the bike trail and just walk for like 10 miles, just staring out, watching the sky, or looking at the trees, or watching the birds and squirrels go by. Sometimes, now granted, I'm never going to sleep outside again, because I don't like sleeping outside. It fucking sucked. I'd rather just sleep in my queen-size bed. It's all comfy and soft. But I know, it's really nerdy of me that I like, nature and being outside. But hey, I mean, yes, I'm an otaku. I like to touch grass. My bad. But yeah, it's just, realistically, people can't be tall, because it's too much pressure for the human organs. You can't process the calories. Your heart can't pump that blood. Your joints and tendons can't handle the torque from just moving. Your bones become brittle. Your joints could actually break much easier. Your body is just, the human body isn't built for it. But I'll say this. If there was a 9 foot tall woman, yes, as long as she wasn't wheelchair bound from the effects of gravity. But assuming that's not a factor, reality. assuming reality is not a factor. If there's a 9-foot-tall woman who has no ill effects from the physiological effects on her organs and body from being 9 foot fucking tall, and she's fit to where she basically looks like a 9-foot-tall MMA fighter with big tits, yes, I'm going to date her. But like I said, there's 2 reasons why I wouldn't date a 9-foot-tall woman. 1, they don't exist, and 2, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like me to begin with. But, like I said, if there was a 9-foot-tall woman who did not suffer the ill effects of reality destroying the internal human organs that are needed to live on, human, 9.8 millimeter, is it meters or, meters per second, that fucking gravity is accelerating everyone to their death at, and said 9-foot-tall, athletic, sexy girl was actually interested in me, yes, I would. But again, physics and science and the basic laws of biology and reality deny me that. Then again, so does the fact that I'm a fat, ugly loser otaku. But, I don't know, it's easier to blame gravity. But that being said, it's just... yeah, I mean, there's things in the past, like, imagine people like 26 feet tall or like that, but again, at that point, like, how do you cuddle a person like that? Because at that point, like, how is things working? Like, that's too much. But I'd say if a person's like 9 foot tall, I could still cuddle with that person. We could still make sex work. But a 26 foot tall person, I don't know how that would work. I feel like I would just get crushed to death. And at that point, if I stick it in, like, I'm not really going to feel it. It's like, how's sex going to work at that point? But a 9 foot tall woman? Hell yes. Provided, I didn't have to deal with reality. But, I feel reality is kind of insistent on existing. For some reason, I don't know why. It's like Sir Isaac Newton's like, I tried to kill gravity. And everyone's like, what? No, Sir Isaac Newton would love gravity. He wouldn't fight it. Like, I'm trying to make a joke, guys. All in all, the main thing I'm saying is Sir Isaac Newton was cool. Though, oh my god, how amazing would that be? Imagine if you could go back in the past and bring Newton to 2024 and show him everything that exists. Imagine, like, what would he, like, if you brought Isaac Newton from the past, what would you show him? Heck, if you could bring anybody from the past, from any part of the world, any time period, who would you bring? And what would you show them? But if you do mention some random person that isn't Isaac Newton, you also have to mention Isaac Newton. So if you mention, like, somebody that's famous from, like, say the 1700s, or somebody that's from, like, if you mention someone from, like, ancient Greece, that's fine. Mention them. I want to hear all your suggestions. I want to hear who you would bring from what time period. Would you bring Pythagoras? I'm just saying this. Definitely tell me about that. Tell me that you'd bring Pythagoras or whoever and what you'd show them. But I still want to hear what you would show Isaac Newton. Okay, aside from me being a nerd and not being able to focus on the video game that I'm playing, I'm just saying I like architecture and buildings and looking at big buildings that are built in cool ways. Then again, I also like anime figurines. I guess that's the same thing. I mean, they're both feats of engineering and architecture. And the beauty of nature. Okay, let's hop back into it. Only one word needed. Okay, only one more needed to suffer for justice to be done. The threat would be removed, both for Takumi Nishijo and for her. But yeah, Takumi, he was feeling very, very not happy with these sons of bitches. So even the young man tried to run away. Kozue wouldn't let him. So even when the young man, don't hurt me, I'll die, I'll kill you, bitch. You bitch. Die, die, don't wanna die, die. Everyone's like, why are you trying to sing out? No, 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 don't kill me. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll rip out your organs. She'll kill me. No, I want to live. I want to have more fun and feel good more. He was begging her in his mind to let him go. Kozue's smile remained bright on her face. Everyone who was a Kiglomaniac has been broken at one point, and has this tendency. You mean being human? Right. As she grabbed him by the hair and pulled him to his feet. The young man was far larger than she was, but it didn't matter. He didn't even have the energy left to fight back, it seemed. There were tears in his eyes as he begged the tiny girl for forgiveness. But Kozue's answer wasn't the one he wanted. Soundlessly, she mouthed the word, no. The huge blade roared, flying toward him. A single strike shattered his jawbone. His scream echoed. He fell to the ground in agony. His blood threatened to spill onto Kozue's clothes. She used her sword as a shield to block it. Oh, that reminds me of another thing, guys. At this point, we've seen all the various swords in the game. If you had to pick just one of the swords we've seen in the game, which one you'd pick? Now, also, if you know any swords from both either real life or from fantasy or video games or anime or whatever, that you think would be like, if you could pick one weapon, even if it doesn't apply to the laws of physics in the real world, if it would obey the laws of physics to work the way it is in the game, what would you pick? And you can give me multiple suggestions on different categories. You can tell me, oh, I picked this one sword because it's aesthetic and I like how it looks. Or you can be like, I like this one sword because it would be the easiest to wield. Or because it would have the most benefit here. Or because it has some sort of extra power. Though I guess at that point we're like breaking rules if you're using like Zombok Toes. We're like, I like this sword because it allows me to control black holes, or heal people, or be immortal. I'm like, okay, that's a cool power, but I mean, if we're just looking for swords in terms of being a sword, one, what do you like how a sword looks? And even then, for practicality, what would be easier to wield, and what would be the most useful for your fighting style, which is pointy end, go another person. And again, none of us are professionals with swords. None of us know shit what to do. We're all just random, otakus pretty much. But heck, if it's random sword experts here, cool. I'm glad to hear from you. But if you do mention something from a video game, I still want to hear which of the swords out of this game you actually think would be best. But yeah, I'm just saying, which of these swords? Oh, which one would I like? Oh, I don't know. I like them all, but that's not a choice. But I think Kozue's might be one I would be interested in. Just because... I don't know. I still like Shining Force EXA from PS2 because you got the giant Zweihander, the two-handed great sword. It was a PS2 game. It's offline. I had so many enemies I was cleaving through, I was actually lagging my offline game. Then she nodded, satisfied, and made the sword disappear. She glanced down at Takumi Nishijo, who was lying on the cold ground, a corner of the alley. I mean, everybody's got this side to him. It's just, in reality, you don't really have the opportunity to ever use this. And even then, we also don't have giant swords. As she panted, she whispered in her mind, I wanted to kill them for you, but this will have to do. Someone softly shook my shoulders. Hi, Kozue. Who's Kozapi? Kozapi is Kozapi. I kind of almost want to listen to all of her dialogue again. Just again, of all the lines for them to stop in the whole game. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad we specifically stopped to retell me I'm not worthless. As someone with extremely low self-esteem who constantly feels worthless. Thank you. Thank you, Kozapi. I greatly appreciate and greatly need that words of positivity. Thank you, Kozue. It is greatly appreciated. Did I miss something? Okay, I know where we are. That car again. Kozue Arahara was standing frozen in front of Shinsen Station. She had been going home from here rather than Shibuya for the past few days. She made this decision after the white car had chased her around in front of Shibuya Station, and now the same car was here, like it was waiting for her. Parked in front of the station. As she stood there, the passenger side window slowly rolled down, and then stopped halfway. The hand of the person inside popped out. It was holding a mirror tightly. It was as if they wanted to make sure she saw it. Kozue was so terrified she could barely breathe. She turned around and ran. She ran as fast as she could, and as far as she could, down one alley or street after another. Several times she tripped and scraped her knees. She eventually made it to the Miyashita Park. She sat there shivering on a bench until nightfall. But she couldn't stay there forever. When she waited long enough that she was sure that she must have given up, she headed for Shibuya Station. There it was, the same white car. No. No! She kept running, without any idea of where she was going. The tears wouldn't stop coming. Questions were running through her mind. Who was in the white car? Why were they doing this to her? At some point, she had gotten close to Shinsen Station again. The car had been waiting for her before, and she didn't want to go there again. She went down a narrow alley she didn't normally use. It was dark. There were no lights. The darkness only amplified her fear. Kozue was already exhausted. She couldn't run anymore. She wiped away her tears and ran as hard as she could. And when she came out to a large street, the white car was passing right in front of her. Kozue watched it in sheer astonishment. It stopped about 50 meters ahead of her and put on its flashers. No. No. She didn't have the energy left to run again. No matter where she ran, it would follow her. It was always ahead of her, like it was reading her mind. Kozue dropped to her knees and put her hands over her head. Help me! Somebody help me! She cried out for help inside her mind, but nobody came to help her. The white car stayed there, unmoving, until Kozue left crying. The person inside never showed themselves. What are we going to find out? Narose is secretly her father, following around, shining mirrors at her. Not able to skip this for some reason. Nope, wrong button.
3人の渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件
昨日僕に絡んできた
近渋谷はますます物騒だよ。昨日も怖そうなゴキゴキ男たちに拉致されそうになっちゃったから、ドカドカドカーンってしてやったのら。
Kozapi. She was pretty weird, but she was also pretty stupid, so she might just agree to help if I asked her. No, I couldn't count on Remy anymore. I'd gone to school and she hadn't even been there. It was like she'd never been there at all. I needed somebody to protect me, somebody other than her. And the first person that came to mind was... The first thing I did when I entered the classroom was not look at... Next, I looked for Kozapi. She was sitting in her seat looking down, making herself as small as possible. Good morning, Takumi. Morning, Kozapi. We didn't look at each other, but we exchanged greetings in our mind. The Yugen girls were grinning at me. It had only been a day. The label creepy loser otaku made a mess on TV wasn't coming off that quickly. The Yugen boys haven't weren't here yet. Those guys would often skip first period. Maybe it was Mr. Gave one like didn't come out. It was weird they were friends anyway. I had my seat and pretended to fall asleep, and then I called out my mind. Kozapi, can you hear me? Yep. What is it? I need your help. Someone's trying to kill me. They're trying to kill you? So I want you to protect me with your D-sword. Okay, if you don't want to, that's fine. But hey, I'm glad you at least listened. First what? Takumi, you were thinking that Kozapi is pretty stupid, weren't you? I mean, I wasn't thinking it while I was talking to you. Oh crap, she found me out. I knew it, Takumi. You're mean. And anyway, Kozapi doesn't go curse smack on just anybody, okay? Kozapi only goes curse smack kapow on people who try to hurt Kozapi. But everybody around me is making fun of me. I'm just an innocent, upstanding otaku. I haven't done anything wrong. I just want to live my life, my quiet hikikomori life. Everybody else just won't leave me alone. Why won't they leave me alone, damn it? Why does all this stuff have to happen to me? And I didn't do anything wrong. Anything. All the people around me are DQ and losers, and it's their fault, and Shogun's too. I'm asking you to protect me from the bad guys. Remember what you said before, that the roach people who said mean things to me are worthless? I did say that, maybe. But Kozapi doesn't know this Shogun guy. I know him. He's a kid who looks like an old man. He's in a wheelchair, and we're asking her to beat up someone in a wheelchair. And he's going to come for me soon, I know. He's trying to kill me. He's the one who kidnapped Nami. Oh, I see. You've got a lot going on, huh, Takumi? Wait, is that all you've got to say? Wow. I'd love to kill him, but Senna says no killing. Okay. Crap, that's right. Senna was close to Kozuha's. I think we should be thankful for the fact that Senna's at least tempering the blade that is basically short stack death. Otherwise, we'd like, today on the news, 5,000 people dead. Like, oh. Fuck. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists as I lay on my desk. But there was nobody I could rely on except Kozapi. Senna was kind of scary, and she probably wouldn't do anything to help me anyway. Kozapi was my one chance. After school, the bell rang, and I left the classroom. The DQNs in the class were still making boy psychic jokes and trying to pick a fight with me. They'd gone after me 5 times this day. You'd think they have something better to do. Wasn't there anything more fun to do with their time than bully some kid? Weren't their lives supposed to be so much more fun and fulfilling than otaku's? Don't make me laugh. I spend all my days in my room. Wasn't their lives supposed to be so much more fun and fulfilling than otaku's? Ha! Don't make me laugh. I spent all my days in my room playing ESO and imagining exciting delusions with Seraton. That's a much better life than theirs. It was so frustrating. My frustration with DQNs kept growing. I was cursing them in my mind as I headed home. Yay, that sounds so cute and adorable. Takumi-chan. Kozupi poked my shoulder from behind. I'm cool with that. Let's go home together. Did you decide you're going to protect me? Nope. But I have a present for you. And you just hand me a fucking shotgun like, holy shit! Where did you get this? We're in Japan! A present? Was this a flag? Hoopy? What's a flag? It's a reference. It's a reference to video games. No, nothing. Okay. Let's go back to the rest stop I took you before. Rest stop, does she mean? I knew it. Yeah, not many people came here. It was a staircase after all. But still, I felt uneasy. The employees here were probably keeping an eye on us, for one thing. And since Kosume and I talked via telepathy, we didn't speak. We probably looked creepy, with the looks on our faces constantly changing as we sat there silently. Does Kosupe look creepy, you think? No, I think you're cute enough that nobody would. But me, I'm not cute at all, so I'm just going to be accused of creepy no matter what I do. But that's fine. And since you're sitting there, silently. But you can talk about secret stuff and nobody can hear you. Are we going to talk about secret stuff? Nope. Not gonna. Well, then we can talk out loud. Kosume, the way you talk tires me out. Sorry, Nora. Is Kosume trying to talk to? Tiring to talk to? I'll try not to be tiring. I mean, you could use your voice. Just keep going. What's this about? A present for me. Right. This is a present that Kosupe always gives to her friends. Okay. So it's a present you give all your friends. She began to rustle through her bag. I gave one to Senna. 2. Okay. Oh, a piece of candy? Okay. I appreciate the sentiment regardless. I was expecting something more than just a piece of candy. Like, oh no, like, here, I got you a rocket launcher. Yes! It's like, oh, what's this back here? You got a fucking tank! Okay, enough Halo Combat Evolved references. We watched some people play some Halo Cursed mods, where it's people playing co-op on Halo, the original trilogy of games, but with all these cursed shit mods, and it's hilarious. But yeah, still, thank you. I appreciate Kosupe. Alright, Takumi, do you like Licky Lick candy? Is that a certain flavor? Why do I think that's a mix of grape and strawberry? You know, there was a time I mixed blue cream soda and Pepsi. I made a green soda for Great St. Patrick's Day. It was pretty cool. It actually didn't taste bad at all. It actually tastes really good. But it put you in the bathroom for a while. Apparently it affects with your digestive system. Then again, it reminds me, there was a guy called L.A. Beast. He did a thing where he recorded himself eating a 5-pound bag of sugar-free gummy bears. Wow, that did not look comfortable for him. She offered me a piece of candy. Why did she have this in her bag? Thank you. I took it, unwrapped it, and tossed it out. It tasted like lemon. A delicious sourness filled my mouth. Thank you, Kozubi. Is this your present?
違う
Nope.
それはねコズピーが
That's the candy I'm always licky
な
licky.
のら
So you like lemon flavored things? Okay. Okay. I can see lemon being good. I mean, I've had some lemon cakes before. Those weren't bad. Though, honestly, I've always seemed to prefer the tuxedo cakes. It's basically a dark chocolate cake with chocolate mousse. But yeah, I thought the candy was all you were giving me. But even then, I still appreciated that. Honestly, I'm glad that, you know, just spend the time with you and you care. Cool, thank you. Yay, I have someone to talk to. Whatever.
プレゼントは
This is your present,
こ
okay?
れなの
You gave me, and it looks like you made them yourself. Well, I'll be honest. It looks stupid. It looks stupid, Kosubi. But I still accept your present. Thank you. I appreciate the gesture. You took the time to make this, and you're giving it to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. It looks dumb, but I'm still grateful that you're giving me this present. Thank you. Shigeru set of fancy accessories made from colorful beads. But what is that?
ブチュブチュさん
Bead. Beady beads.
ブレスとか携帯のストラップとか指輪もあるしヘアピンもチャームもあるよ
There's a bracelet, a phone strap, a ring, a hairpin, and a little charm too. Well, if you're just offering me one, I'd probably take the phone strap or a little charm, but I get the impression you're giving all of them to me. Do you make these?
違うよ
Nope. Ah,
コズピーが手芸をやろうとするとぐちゃぐちゃドッカーってなっちゃうのら
whenever I try to make something, it always ends in a mess. I can understand that. Because, like, certain things, if you're messing with really fine details of things, can be a bit of a hassle. Whether you're trying to make a model of, like, a Gundam, or if you're trying to, like, sew something back together, or you're trying to weave a basket, which I did try at one point, which is tedious. Whenever I try to make something, it ends up in a mess.
これはねママが作って
Mommy
くれ
made
るん
this for
だ
me.
よコズピーがビーズ大好きだから全部ブチュブチュさんなのら
They're all made of beady beads, because Kosupi loves beads. She suddenly took my hand. The warmth and softness made my heart skip a beat.
たくみさんドキッでしたね
What, you can sense my vital organs? That's not a thought! That's not a thought! That's literally just you sense my vital organs. Can you, like, mind read my liver making insulin? Can you mind read my penis becoming erect? Can you mind read my lungs converting oxygen into usable stuff for blood cells? Can you tell if someone's going to, like, have a stroke ahead of time? Are you like Yujiro? Like, are you Yujiro Hanma? Like, you're just looking at people and you can actually see all the illnesses in their bodies. I'm just saying. My heart's skipping a beat. That's not a thought. That's not telepathy. That's like something that'd be useful as a doctor, though. You just like, oh, and they just stop breathing. And, oh, your blood pressure's changed. Like, are you aware of my pulse at the moment? Is my blood sugar too high? Am I going to get cancer? Enough bullshit. Upi? Takumi, your heart just skipped a beat, huh? Maybe. Well, I wasn't expecting it.
たくみさんがドキッてするとコズピーもドキンドキンってしちゃうの
When your heart skips a beat, so does mine. That actually feels like a compliment. I don't know if it's intended as such, but it feels like it. I'm not going to assume it is, because I feel like that's being a little presumptuous on my part, but I at least feel like it's a compliment. So yay! She put one of the bead accessories into my hand. It looked like a phone strap. Okay, out of all of them, I would probably put that or the charm. But I probably would have leaned toward the phone strap. Thank you. Appreciate it.
これあげますね。
Here, this is for you. No thanks.
もしかしてコズピー迷惑だった。だった
Well, do you not want it?
お友達にはみんなにね、ぐちゅぐちゅさんあげてるんだよ。
I give beady beads to all my friends. Now she was crying. This girl sure loved to cry. But all these are things for girls to wear. If I had one, I'd just look creepy.
そうだったのな。
Oh,
そ
so
んじゃ、たくみさんはプレゼントされても困っちゃうだけ
it
だ。
just bothered you then, huh?
これあげる人、2人目だったのに。
You were the second person I was going to give one. So I'm sad now, Nora. What does the Nora mean? She gloomily went to take the strap out of my hand, but I put it in my jacket pocket before she could.
たくみさん
Takumi? I'll take it after all. Rupee?
なんで
Why? Why? You said you gave it to all your friends, but also that I'm the second person you ever given it to. That means Kozupi didn't have any friends. The first person had to be Senna, I was sure of it. So,
登場したのですね。
pity, huh? I don't think it's more so a pity that I'm thinking, oh, you have no friends. It's that I kind of feel honored that you don't go. It's not like there are people out there that say, oh, I have hundreds of friends. See all the people I have on Facebook? These are all my friends. I love all of them. Okay, then how much value does your love have if you're saying you love like thousands of different fucking people? Whereas in this situation, you only call a few people your friends. You value the quality of the person's interaction over the quantity. Because that's the thing. If I met someone and they're like, oh, I'm friends with thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Okay, then you're just sort of giving out your friendship to everyone. So, what's it even, does it even mean anything to you that I'm your friend? I mean, it basically means I'm just not noticed at all. Like, you don't care that I'm not cared about, that I don't mean anything to you. That I'm just another face in a fucking crowd. Because at that point, you're nothing more than just like a rock singer, like a person in a famous band, and I'm just like some sort of groupie. But in this situation, it's, like I said, it's not pity, but of course that thought did occur to me, that hey, you don't have a lot of friends, and that's gotta fucking suck. Because I know what it's like to feel lonely. Heck, isolated and withdrawn from society at times. To a point that I kinda do seem like a hikikomori to some people. Also perhaps slightly gone insane. But I've kind of just accepted that. That being said, yes, the pity did occur. I did have some thoughts about that. That's just I would say compassion, but it's really just a basic instinct at this point. I can't control that. You know, you say a thing where you don't really have any friends and you're sad and alone. I'm going to feel bad for, honestly, a lot of people in that situation. Especially if there's somebody that is actually somebody who is, well, as much of a friend as I can say, given how much of a fucking withdrawn loser fat otaku I am. The main point is this. It means at this point, you giving me this to me, you've only given this to one other person, which means it's precious and important to you. So, it means that it has a lot more value, that you're giving these beads to me, that you're giving me your friendship, that you consider this bond of friendship between us to be that valuable, that you've only shared this bond with a very limited amount of people, because it means more to you. Because that's the thing, if it didn't mean anything to you, you would just be giving it to everybody. But the fact that you've only given this to Senna and to me means it's actually very precious to you, and that I should feel honored that you would think so highly of me and care about me so much that you would be willing to actually care about me like that. I mean, I'd have to be downright evil to not appreciate the pure-hearted gesture that you're doing. I mean, honestly, there's nothing more that you could do Just like the fact that you want to be my friend and you have so few people that you consider, that you can trust so well to be your friend, and that you're actually putting that trust and that faith in me to accept that sort of bond with me, I feel honored. Thank you. I appreciate that more than I could possibly verbalize, Kozapi. That what you're giving me is extremely precious, and I am extremely appreciative of it in a way that I cannot thank you enough. I also appreciate your friendship myself. I don't really have anything I would give people, because I don't really have friends, because I just spend my time jerking off to anime figurines. And even though I have 100 anime figurines, I don't really want to give you any to keep. I mean, you're welcome to come over and look at them. If you want to borrow one of them, maybe, but only some of them. There's a few that I'm really attached to. But I'm just saying this. Yeah, I was concerned people are like, might have issues like, oh, he's wearing the girly thing, and I'm like, oh, people are laughing at me. But here's the thing, yeah, and of course, yes, there's a little bit of pity there. Yes, true. But it's mainly the fact that you've only been friends with so few people. That not because you couldn't have sought people, because here's the thing, you've had people talking to you, and you've been ignoring them. Because you didn't trust them, you didn't value them that way. But the fact of the matter is this, you have shared your friendship, that bond, with so few people. Even though you had that option. You have chosen not to because you didn't value that interaction with those people. You didn't want to share that part of yourself with them because that was very precious to you. Because it's very important. You're valuing, just who you consider your friend, who you can trust. Which also shows a lot of discretion on your part that yes, I was thinking you were a bit dumb earlier. I'm sorry for that. I still kind of do. Again, I'm sorry. Then again, maybe you have to be dumb to be my friend. But then again, you were telling me earlier that I'm not a loser or worthless. But hey, I'm going to work on that self-esteem maybe. But still, thank you for saying that to me. But, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. The fact that it's so important to you and that you're using this discretion for that, and you're choosing to trust me, you're choosing to put that faith in me, that you're choosing to share that part of yourself, your friendship, your trust, that means so much. Thank you. Like I said, I feel like there should be some word I should be able to say to express to you how greatly I am appreciative and thankful that you would value me so highly and care about me and treat me with such kindness. And I honestly don't know what word would do that justice. But all I can say is thank you so very much, Kozapi. It means more to me than I can possibly express. If I could physically do so, I would give you a big hug right now, out of thanks, because I appreciate it so very much. I'll get back to the story. Pity, huh? Crap, Kozapi read my mind. To be honest, it was pity, but it was also because you reminded me of myself. Yeah, Kozapi, I was thinking the same thing. I know, we're both kind of quiet. First time I went to school and I saw you, you looked really, really sad. Yeah, but I try to hide that. I was sad too. So we were the same. It made me feel a little better. I know, it's kind of the same thing. Like, I'll talk about just my random feelings in videos or community posts. And yeah, do I want pity? No. It's more so I just want people to be able to understand me, or at least just be able to vent about stuff. It's more so just, I just don't really have anywhere else to talk about stuff. So I just want to be able to be myself. And at the end of the day, maybe other people feel the same way I do. Maybe the other people had certain things that they've been depressed about, or bad things that people said to them. And by sharing that, the other people feel less alone. And at the same time, I feel like it's kind of arrogant of me to think anything I'm going to say online is going to make anyone else feel better, or less depressed, or make them feel like they're less alone in the world. Like, maybe someone out there is, going to identify with my feelings in some way, and that by identifying with my feelings, they themselves will feel better. At the end of the day, it's really just a cop-out where I'm lying to myself in a way to try to make myself feel better. But at the same time, that's explained by one very simple thing. I'm extremely selfish and self-centered, and I care about myself. Everything I'm doing on this channel is purely for my own benefit. Even though I'm never going to make a cent off this damn thing, I don't know why YouTube would ever want to monetize me, but even if I had 1 million subscribers, I would never be monetized. Even if YouTube was offering me to be monetized, I would outright tell YouTube, no thank you, I don't want to be monetized. Then again, I'm never going to have a Patreon or a super chat thing or fucking merchandise. I'm not here to make money. I'm here to, to be myself, a crazy person who talks to himself. I just really like Let's Plays. Now, granted, my take on the Let's Plays is me being a rambling jackass. But to each their own. Now, why anybody on Earth would ever find a single thing I fucking do on this fucking channel entertaining or interesting, I have no fucking clue. As far as I'm concerned, I am simultaneously the most annoying and most boring person on the entire internet. Hell, the only thing consistent about my channel, and I've said it before over and over and over again, the only thing consistent about my channel is a complete and total lack of professionalism. At the end of the day, it's just, I like Let's Plays, I like video games, I like talking to my computer. I talk more in these Let's Plays than I ever have in the entire rest of my entire life. And at the end of the day, I'm just a lonely person, a creepy, loser, fat otaku, playing a video game called Chaos Head Noah about a creepy otaku loser. So I'm basically just playing my own life simulator. But yeah. At the end of the day, I'm just a creepy, loser, fat otaku that's considered a failure at life and at everything by everyone in the world and considered worthless and disgusting. Playing video games and doing stupid commentary and just talking about whatever's on my mind without a filter. Because I have a very obsessive and addictive personality, and I'm extremely lonely, and this is the closest thing I have to social interaction anymore. And that the point that the fictional character in this game, on every time I come back through this route telling me I'm not worthless, is something I actually desperately need to hear. So, fuck. I was sad too, so we were the same. It made me feel a little bit better. The same, huh? I remember what Senna had told me about Kozupi's past before she came to school. We were both kids who'd shut ourselves off from the outside world after being exposed to its evil. We avoided crowds, we avoided contact with other people. We were scared and frightened and hiding here in a dimly lit staircase.
ただ普通にね、生きたいだけなのにね。
I just want a normal life is all. Same, Kozupi. Same. Kozupi said, playing with the accessories in her hands.
お友達作って一緒に遊んだりして一緒にお弁当食べたり一緒にお勉強したり文化祭とかの行事を一緒に頑張ったり一緒に恋のお話をしたり
I want to make friends and to hang out, eat lunch together, and study together, work hard for the culture festival, and talk about romance together.
そんなね
All of that sounds pretty fucking kick-ass,
十
Kozupi.
分だったのら
That normal life was all I ever wanted, Nora.
特別なことなんて何にも望んでなかったよ
I never wanted to be special at all, Well, honestly, to some degree, I do want to be special, but that's mainly because extremely low self-esteem. So a large part of me feels that if I were special, other people would value me and be nicer to me and care about me. So it's mainly just a desperation born of loneliness, low self-esteem, and feeling like nobody cares about me or wants me at all. Then again, there's also paranoia of everyone wanting to hurt and kill me. But hey, I'm working on it, okay? My mental health is a work in progress. I'm trying. Suddenly, the expression disappeared from Kozupi's face. She pulled the string holding one of the accessories together apart. Oh my god, she broke it. She's gonna be sad. The beads scattered everywhere and rolled down the stairs. I used to always think the same thing. Why was I the only one who bad things happened to? Did I do something wrong? I am also extremely clumsy. I have walked into a fucking stop sign before. I don't have a good sense of balance. I can't ride a bicycle. And everyone's like, it's never too late to learn. I can't afford the medical bills of me falling off a bicycle, okay? It's too expensive to go to the doctor for something like I fell off a bike or some shit. And also, I'm fat. Gravity would make me break things falling.
コズピーはね、悪い
Kozapi
ことしたよ。
Kozapi did something wrong. She stuck out her tongue, and the smile came back to her face. Something wrong? Cutting off your classmates' arms, or
殺したいって願ったもん。
I made a wish to kill them. But you didn't actually kill them.
意地悪する人たち全員、ぶち殺したいって願っちゃったもん。
I made a wish to kill all the people who are mean to me. Again, it's relatable. Granted, I've never actually been vengeful toward people in terms of action. But I can totally relate to having very violent thoughts about things just because, lots of things have happened that, I felt very sad about. And it caused me pain, both emotional and physical. And it made me very sad and very angry, but mostly very sad. But yeah, like I said, I can understand Kozapi. Very relatable. Kozapi really was messed up.
でも、
But
悪いことを願うのは悪いことじゃないよ。
wishing for bad things isn't bad. True. Agreed. My ear is itchy.
あれね、悪いことを願うのが悪い。悪いから悪いことを願うのかな。悪い。悪ですね。
Huh? Huh. Wishing for bad things is bad? Do you wish for bad things because you're bad, maybe? Bad? Super bad? It's gotta be super bad. Well, I would say there's nothing wrong in thinking bad thoughts, regardless of whatever it is. It's your mind. It's your thoughts. You can't have a thought that's evil to have. You can't just shut off your mind. Your mind is going to think about everything that exists in the universe. No matter what it could possibly be, that thought will enter your mind. It's just a matter of time. Especially like you live long enough, there's going to be like, okay, maybe you didn't think about particle physicists or about how calculus works. But give it enough time, no matter who you are, eventually you'll start thinking more about calculus. No matter who, I guarantee it, no matter who you are out there, if you're listening to this, give it enough time. If you haven't thought about calculus, one day you will. I guarantee it. But yeah, in general, whether it's angry thoughts at people bullying you and you thinking about, basically, and again, violent power fantasies are a thing. People feel, okay, because at the end of the day, what's the thing? Okay, you feel angry, you feel sad, also you feel humiliated, also you feel scared of people because people wanted to hurt you. And part of you feels that, in the violent fantasy, you're powerful, strong, and they fear you in that, and it makes you feel safer. And again, there's nothing wrong with feelings of anger or desiring revenge at times. But it's not like you're actually going out actively hurting anyone. And again, when it comes to fighting, I advise everyone, the best way to not get hurt in a street fight, just don't get in a street fight. Avoid it. De-escalation is always the best way. That being said, while I would prefer a world where everyone is pacifist, if need be, at least in regard of not just outright attacking people, that being said, I am also a strong advocate that people should defend themselves. If someone's trying to hurt you, fight back. End of the day, don't worry about fighting fair. You need to fight to protect yourself. You need to fight to stay alive. There's no reason why you should be getting treated badly or be getting hurt by other people. Your life, your well-being, and your just wholeness of just yourself. If someone's trying to hurt you, your well-being comes first. They're the ones who chose to try to hurt you. Same way people say, oh, you're the person who thinks that if someone breaks into your house, you should shoot them. What, do you care more about your stuff than the person breaking your house? And first off, yes, I care more about the stuff in my house than the life of someone who's going to break into my fucking home. But that is a moot point, because the more important thing is this. If someone's breaking into my home, they're already likely to kill, or at the very least hurt me, with the intention of killing me. So they're already endangering my life. So then it's an issue, do I value my life more than theirs? Do I want to ever harm anyone? Hell no. I'd rather live my life never hurting a single person ever. But if somebody breaks into my fucking house and I have to shoot them to kill them in order to stop them from hurting me, I will do so. Hell, at the end of the day, heck, even if you're a fucking MMA fighter, like I don't think Mike Tyson, the greatest boxer to ever live, a man who, I'm also interested to hear the Jake Paul thing, see how that goes, because here's the thing. I don't know if people think like Mike Tyson might lose because of his age, because I'll tell you this, Mike Tyson, even at his age, is still 100 times greater boxer than most people in their prime nowadays. Heck, sometimes I try to copy Mike Tyson's training routine stuff. Granted, it's pieces because I definitely don't have the endurance to do all the shit that he does. But I try to do it as a way of improving myself. Now, here's the thing. Am I ever, under any circumstance, ever going to be even 1/1,000,000th of the fighter that Mike Tyson is? No. But at least by trying to copy him, I can improve myself and make myself better today than I was yesterday. That being said, Mike Tyson, holy fucking shit. Greatest boxer who's ever lived. Amazing man. Now, granted, yeah, he's had concerns about his personal life. He himself's even gone on record that he didn't like the person he was when he was growing up. But I'll say this. In terms of his capacity as a fighter and just his skill and the dedication that he's put into it, very impressive man. I try to at least imitate him in terms of doing some boxing stuff or some routines and stuff. Like he has this one little special push-up thing he does as at least a way of improving myself. And again, am I even going to be close to what a normal boxer is? Hell no, let alone not him. Like I would never be even 1/1,000,000th of the boxer that he is. I would never even be 1/1,000,000th of the man that Mike Tyson is. But at least by trying to copy him, I can make myself better than I was yesterday. That being said, holy shit, it's pretty awesome to watch his fucking boxing matches. Holy shit. A lot of KOs. But, getting distracted. I'm just saying this. There's no such thing as a fucking thought crime. What is this, fucking 1984? Here's the thing. I don't care what the thought is, no matter how horrible it is. No matter what the reasoning for the thought in your mind is. There's nothing wrong with having a thought, no matter what it is. It's the actions you take based on those thoughts that matter. Your actions matter. Now that being said, I think it's very important for a person to take the time to explore and understand their own thoughts and feelings. Now me, I'll tend to walk around and talk to myself. And I'll sometimes go over previous conversations I've had with other people and try to understand why they said certain things, or if there are certain motivations behind it and how I feel about certain things and context behind certain things. As a way of trying to understand people. Heck, I'll go to malls and I'll watch other people, just listening to the things they say, because I'm trying to understand how other people are sociable with one another better, because I feel I'm a bit awkward. But honestly, I feel like I can do a good enough job. I can talk to people. Granted, I feel extremely anxious all the goddamn time, but I can talk to people, and I have pushed myself to do it quite a bit, to talk to people. But it is so nerve-wracking. But the main point is this. There's no such thing as a bad thought. You're like, oh, what if you're like having the same thoughts as, let's say, Hitler? Again, it's a thought. Think about it. Consider why you're thinking about it. That way, you can actually understand where that's coming from. Because at the end of the day, actions matter more. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with hurting someone in self-defense. If someone's trying to hurt you, you fight back. You defend yourself. If people like jump you in the middle of the fucking street, do what you can to win. But also keep in mind, don't fight fair. They aren't fighting fair, and they got you outnumbered. And at the end of the day, if you lose that fight still, don't be so hard on yourself. You're like 5 versus 1. And even then. But no matter what, if you can, win. Now, of course, it'd be better if you don't kill people because there are laws in this society, and that even in self-defense, you may still be prosecuted. But at the end of the day, if it's your survival, definitely. But you certainly shouldn't be killing people because they insult you. But if, someone's trying to kill you, defend yourself. Stay alive. Like, I don't want anyone to ever harm themselves, and I certainly don't want anyone out there to let other people, try to kill you or some shit. I want everyone to be safe. So if you have to fight to defend yourself. Now, I'll say this. If you see something happening in public, keep in mind, you're not a hero. I mean, it's nice in thought that you go save people, but if you're like at a subway station and there's like a bunch of people starting like a fight with guns and knives and shit, I mean, heck, even if you're an actual fighter, I mean, you're not a superhero. I mean, there are so many people that have tried to intervene and stuff, and they wind up getting themselves killed. So I'm just saying the most important thing is you need to value your own life. Don't do something stupid that gets you killed. In the same regard, if someone attacks you, stand up for yourself. Defend yourself. I want everyone out there to be safe. Heck, as long as you're following all the proper legal rules of stuff, you should be carrying something on you, whether it's pepper spray, a knife, a gun. Preferably if you could, just carry a shotgun on you at all times. But of course, some countries have laws against doing that. And of course, certain areas you might go. I'm just saying, I want everyone out there to be safe. I don't want anyone to get hurt. And if someone tries to kill you or something, I want you to defend yourself. But yeah. Like I said. But yeah, back to the thought thing. Again, I don't think anyone out there should be hard on themselves on any sort of thought. Like, if you're having angry thoughts because people are bullying you and you're thinking like, violent fantasies or revenge or shit or just angry thoughts, don't be hard on yourself about that. That's normal. It's part of being human. Now, definitely shouldn't act on it more than likely because under most circumstances that would be considered illegal. Also would probably have really bad consequences. And it's like the people that consider suicide. I mean, I'm a very depressed person and I do think about certain things a lot, but that's more so just depression and emotional pain and me struggling to cope with certain feelings. But I would never actually do certain things to harm myself. That being said, I do feel sad a lot, but I don't want to die. I just feel emotionally overwhelmed with certain things a lot. That being said, like we saw in that one video, like I was talking about, there's people that actually have tried to say jump off a high thing in order to, Minecraft themselves out of the world. And the people that survive, most of them say halfway down, it wasn't until they were already halfway down the fall that they started to think, oh, maybe this wasn't a very good idea. And they start panicking like, oh no, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. So at the end of the day, like I said, biggest advice I can give people is, stand up for yourselves. Protect yourselves. Go to the gym. Take good care of yourselves. Get plenty of sleep. Be kind. Try to read as much as you can. And, don't hurt yourself. Even if you are depressed or things are looking really fucking shitty, your life is still worth living, even if you don't feel that way all the time. That being said, if you do feel that way, I really do hope things get better for you. And of course, things like family, friends, if you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, or if you have a doctor available, or a psychiatrist, or a family physician, primary care doctor, or any sort of positive support you can look for, that'd be good. But again, some people don't have those. At which point, try to find them, but if not, I still wish you the best, and I just want you to stay strong. I want all of you to be happy and to lead long lives. But yeah, like I said, there's not bad of you to think angry thoughts. Like if someone insults you and you just have it like say someone cuts you off in traffic and you have the thought in your mind like, hey, what if I had a fucking bucket of hammers here? And I just roll down my window and have like a bunch of hammers you buy from the hardware store and just start chucking them out your fucking window like a fucking tomahawks at their car. Or you like mount giant fucking floodlights to your car so someone starts riding your fucking ass, you can just flip a switch like you're fucking retro Batman and like blind them with headlights as they go flying across the road, bursting into flames. Obviously, it would not be legal to do either of those things and could potentially result in people dying. But is very hilarious to think about. So again, there's nothing wrong with thinking violent thoughts of people who are rude or dumb or being assholes or who have wronged you. It's your actions that matter. So, yeah, but that being said, yeah, people have thoughts. People think about things. That's human. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your actions that matter. Okay. Okay, back. But anyway, the man with the weird sign said it's wrong to deny your negative feelings, Nora. Yeah, and granted, there's different lines of reasoning when it comes to that. I mean, there's people that think you shouldn't think any negative thoughts at all, and some say you should embrace it. Some people say, like the Stoicism thing, that you shouldn't let outside stuff affect you in the world, and you should just, be calm and in full control of your emotions, and be more logical things. And again, there is definitely merit to that. And I think parts of that ideology can be used healthily. But there's nothing innately wrong with emotions. Now, granted, I'll say this. I'll cry a lot in private, probably on a daily basis. But in general, in public, I do everything possible to avoid crying in front of other humans. Now, granted, I've made exceptions for things like, say, when people die. So, if someone's dead or something serious has occurred, yeah, I'll probably cry a bit, A person is dead. That's very emotionally traumatic. It makes me sad, especially if it's somebody I care about. But in general, if I'm really emotionally upset at things, even if something currently happening, I will try not to cry about it in front of other people. In the same regard, I don't really talk to people much in real life, and even then, I'm not a person who really wants to talk about their feelings to other people. But that's more so just because I don't feel comfortable with it. That, and when I start talking, I am a fucking never-ending waterfall of just ongoing, just rambling. And I understand that can be very annoying and overwhelming to people, and I don't want to do that, especially people I would consider my friend. If there is somebody that is close enough to me that I could trust them to talk to them about my feelings, then now I'm going to say, oh, you're talking about feelings here? Yes, because I've gone so long time, I need someone to talk to, and I just don't. And even then, even if I had people to really talk to, I wouldn't be able to talk about a lot of the stuff I do talk about, especially not as much as I do talk. So it's more so just, I really love and enjoy Let's Plays. But I also just need to be able to talk. And this channel gives me the opportunity to just not feel so alone. So that's nice. But yeah, I think it was Rene Descartes. It was a French philosopher. I think from the 15th century. Or 17th, or was it 16th? I can't remember. But anyway, one of the things he was going with, he talked about a lot of different things. A lot of different philosophies. I could probably make a whole video talking about it at some point. Heck, there's probably already people that have. But it was more of the idea of that. There's nothing innately wrong with your desires. The idea of Descartes is this. The idea of Stoicism is denying emotions and control it, but Descartes is more of this. There's nothing wrong with enjoying and understanding and having desires. But you should understand them, and you should understand what your motivations are. And you should have time to fully think about and understand what those feelings are and what you want out of life. So that, one, you can lead a happier life, and two, that you can have more control over yourself, just like Stoicism is supposed to be. Because the idea is that Stoicism is more of a rigid control, whereas Descartes is more of an idea of if you understand what your desires are, and you understand what your motivations are, then you understand what can be used to manipulate you, and you understand what it is you want. You can still indulge in the things that make you happy. as long as you don't allow them to overwhelm you. It's kind of like the idea when it comes to going to the gym. Going to the gym is good for you, but going to the gym and physical fitness should always be a supplement to your life. It shouldn't take over your life, like most things in life. They should make your life better. They shouldn't become a burden or a chore or something tedious to you. So it's a different idea about having control over yourself, but also trying to have a happy, fulfilled life where you are aware of your emotions and feelings. You have control over them, but you're also able to not be repressed. But you're also not controlled by your emotions. But you're also not constantly in some sort of repressed state either. Now, do I know the proper way to do it? Not really. And even if I did, would I be good at it? Probably not. My whole life is just doing my best at everything and being a failure. But I will say this. It's not like anybody should be taking mental health advice from a guy on YouTube. I'm just some guy who talks to himself. If people listen to me, I'm just glad that you're hanging out with me vicariously through this fucking box that we're watching on YouTube. I'm just glad you're here. I mean, if you enjoy it, that's cool, but like I said, I'm selfish. I mainly make these videos for myself. I'm never going to make a cent off of this stuff. I'm not interested in making money. I'm just interested in just making the videos because I just want to. Yes, I'm weird, but that's who I am. But, yeah. That being said, if people do like a video, like you're listening to a video and it makes you laugh, like, say, the Fight Crab video, where I was, like, controlling crustaceans, fighting people, or some of my Let's Play of, like, made a Sega Genesis compilation, going through various Sega Genesis games. Whether it's me yelling at a rage game, or playing a funny game and it's got really cool humor or something. Heck, I played Resident Evil 7 blind. And I play games of any genre, though more than likely I'll try to buy a game if it's cheap or on sale, because, I'm not rich. But, like I said, I just like games of different genres. Heck, I've been doing karaoke. And again, I'm awful at singing. I can't sing worth a shit. My voice is epilepsy for your ears. But, even though I'm absolute shit at singing, I enjoy singing. Okay, well, I should stop being distracted. Main point is this. There's nothing wrong with your negative feelings. If you have feelings of anger or sadness or fear or any other kind of feeling that you would consider a negative feeling, you're not a bad person for feeling those feelings. Now, you certainly shouldn't let those feelings control you. But you should never feel the need that you need to purge those emotions from your mind. They are part of who you are. There's nothing wrong with accepting that part of your mind. But you should have control over it, and you shouldn't allow that part of your mind to make your life worse. After all, there are so many people that have been controlled by their anger and have acted out in their anger and made stupid mistakes that they've regretted for their entire lives. Heck, I think Odysseus put it as, to be angry is easy, but to be angry at the right person, at the right time, for the right reason, that is hard. But yeah. Nothing wrong with having those feelings. They're a valid, important part of you. There's nothing wrong with feeling anger, or sadness, or fear. It's what you do with those emotions that matters. And here's the thing, there should never be a time that you lose the ability to feel those emotions. They're part of being human. They're part of what makes you you. You shouldn't be ashamed of yourself as a person for being scared of, say, heights or spiders, or feeling sad because something bad happened. That's part of your emotions. There's nothing wrong with having those feelings. It's what you do with those feelings that matters. Okay, let's go on.
悪いことを願ったからディソードがコズピーの力になってくれるのら、ディソードがコズピーを守ってくれるのら。
I wished for a bad thing, and so the D-Sword gave me power, Nora. The D-Sword protected me.
だからね、もう普通なんていらないの。
So, I don't need to be normal. Really? Did you really give up on leading a normal life? Are you okay with that? You're sure you won't regret it?
めんどくさいのは嫌なの。
I don't want to do anything that's going to be
世
hard.
界には悪い人ばっかりだし。
The world's full of bad people anyway. Yeah, unfortunately, there are a lot of bad people out there that it's hard to believe, even though it sucks. I wish the world were a better place. Even Senna? Do you think she's a bad person?
セナさんはお友達です。
Senna is a friend.
悪い人じゃないよ。
She's not a bad person. Her inner voice sounded so happy.
あとね、たくみちゃんもだよ。
And so are you, Takumi. Again, thank you. Thank you, Kozue. Or do you prefer Kozapi? I mean, at least I'm not calling you Miss Orahara. But yeah, I'll probably switch randomly between calling you Kozue and Kozapi. Heck, it'd be like probably the same. You could call me Takumi or Taku. No, I'd rather you just call me Takumi. But again, thank you for saying I'm your friend. Thank you for telling me I'm not worthless. Thank you for telling me I'm not a bad person. Thank you for caring about me, Kozue. Thank you. I appreciate it very, very much, Kozapi. I appreciate it. It's very much needed and wanted for you to tell me that I'm not worthless. My self-esteem and need for someone to be my friend is strong enough that the fictional character telling me that makes a difference. So thank you. I do appreciate it, Kozapi. So thank you. I appreciate it.
ブチブチ友達なのら。
We're beady bead friends, Nora. Life would be so much easier if I could think like Kozapi did. Or maybe she only ended up like this because her mind had been broken once. My brain didn't work like that. I spent all day complaining in my head. Anyway, about the people around me. But in the end, I just wanted somebody to save me. Again, I think a lot of people feel that way. I thought we were the same, but I guess in the end, we're different. Nope,
一緒なのら。
we're the same, Nora. Kozapi's voice was, for some reason, filled with certainty. She leaped to her feet.
ほいじゃ、帰りましょう。
Okay, let's get going. Where are we going? She started to run down. Be careful, you might trip. I have terrible reflexes. I have the reflexes of a dead stoned cat. Why am I imagining Naruto on LSD? By the way, I've never done any illegal drugs. Ever. I've never smoked anything in my life. That being said, as I get older, doctors keep giving me more drugs. Heck, there's times I've been in ICU and they've had to pump me full of things to keep me from dying. That was uncomfortable and painful. That being said, doctors have been trying to tell me to take antidepressants for a long time, and I'm like, I don't want to. Maybe one day I might have to, but I'd rather avoid that for as long as possible if I can, because I'm just worried about other side effects of it, as well as it'd be expensive, and of course once you start taking stuff like that, you have to keep taking it, and I don't want to be dependent on something. She started running down, and again, be careful, don't fall down the stairs. She started to run down the stairs. Fuck! On the last step, well, at least it was the last step. She didn't fall that far. It's not like she fell at the top. Why are you imagining this scene from the movies Mr. Glass and The Unbreakable, where Samuel Jackson fell down a staircase? Why is he falling down that super long thing in the second Ace Ventura movie next to a slinky with Jim Carrey dancing? That being said, I do like Samuel L. Jackson. He's a great actor. And I also think Jim Carrey's awesome too. That being said, imagining Samuel L. Jackson falling down a staircase probably makes Samuel Jackson make him think that I hate him. Like, I don't. It's just my mind's kind of random. I'm sorry I couldn't help but imagining you falling down thousands of steps next to a slinky with Jim Carrey dancing. It's my bad. You are a great actor, though. Enjoy your movies, man. On the last step, she tripped and fell on her face. Ow. But that was just like her. The Raft building was as crowded as ever. Kozabi walked with one foot dragging slightly behind her, tears in her eyes. You okay?
転ぶのは慣れてるよ。
I'm used to crying. Same. Same, Kozue. She gave me a tough smile. I got tons... What? But her smile quickly froze. She stopped moving, and she was looking behind me. What's happening? What has occurred? I followed her gaze and saw that she was looking at the corner where they sold mirrors. Right, you don't like those. Though you are cute, but of course, you have self-identity issues. Like where you forget who you are as a person. I don't know what caused that initially, but that had to be pretty fucked up, whatever occurred. I should probably get you away from the mirror. There were all kinds of mirrors, from little ones to big ones. Kozabi and I were standing right in front of a full-length mirror that was reflecting us. Kozabi looked away, her smile still frozen on her face, and quickly started to walk off.
匠さん、また明日ね。
See you tomorrow, Takumi. Her inner voice didn't have the cheerfulness it had a moment ago. Okay. Walk safe. It was fun hanging out. I left the Raft right after Kozabi, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I didn't plan on walking home with her or anything, but right now, she was all I had to rely on. When I lost sight of her, I started to get nervous, especially since now I was all alone in the middle of Shibuya. Just looking at the crowds of people on the street made me sweat. I decided to give up on looking for Kozabi and head back to the base. What was that sound? I heard a sound. It was loud and very noticeable. Sound of a camera shutter. Okay. Is there like a celebrity around here? Paparazzi? I looked over in the direction it had come from, but nobody had a camera. Suddenly I realized the sound wasn't coming from a real camera. It was the camera function of a cell phone. That's why it was so loud and clear. But I couldn't see anybody pointing a cell phone at me either. Was I just being oversensitive? I mean, someone's probably just taking a fucking selfie in front of a fucking store like, oh, look at the shit I bought. No one cares what you bought! And everyone's like, but you made videos saying the stuff you bought. Like, look, I bought a juggling set. Yeah, that's true. But I cared about the things I bought. So I was like, hey, look, I got this cool anime. Or this cool, like, light novel. And I was like, I wanted to talk about it. But I'm just saying, at least I wasn't doing that in a public place. I was taking... Heck, it was more like I bought a thing, then I found the pictures on Google Image Search. I'm like, hey, here's a picture of this. I bought it. I wasn't taking pictures in public. At least if you're taking pictures in public, it might be like, oh, look, I'm at the Eiffel Tower or something. I've never been to France. Maybe one day I'll visit France. But like, oh, here's the Eiffel Tower. Like a tourist thing. But I'm not going to I'm not going to be one of those people at a fucking restaurant like, oh, look, here's a picture of the food I'm eating. No. Now I might later on mention like, hey, I ate this one thing. But I'm not going to like stop in the middle of doing a thing, like eating a meal or being at like I'm not going to go to like a fucking mall and take a picture of the thing I bought in the middle of the mall in a public place around other people. That's just weird. No, probably not. I'd humiliated myself in front of the entire country at the Oak Front building. It wouldn't be surprising at all if somebody decided to take a photo of me. There were so many people out on the street, none of them were looking at me, but don't look at me. I bit my lip and started to walk. I kept my head down so that nobody would notice me. Again, somebody had taken a photo of me again. I could feel them looking at me too. It wasn't the gaze of God. It was a gaze filled with malice, and it was close, too. I looked around, but nobody was looking at me. Who was it? Stop taking pictures of me. I'll sue you for violating my personal rights. But no matter what I said inside my head, nobody was going to hear me, and I certainly didn't have the courage to say it out loud. That'd only attract more attention. I started to walk again. This time, I went at a faster pace, trying to slip through the crowd. More sounds. The shutter sounds were following me. I could hear what sounded like somebody snickering, too. I looked around. Several people were holding up phones at eye level. A middle-aged salaryman, a woman in a suit, a teenage boy, a DQN-looking girl. They all seemed to have nothing in common. I am such a fucking fat ass. Every time I see DQN, I just think, Dairy Queen! I like ice cream, okay? I like the soft serve ice cream from Dairy Queen, okay? I like a chocolate soft serve cone. Hey, there's one time I found a Godiva store, and granted they don't exist anymore, but they had a dark chocolate soft serve ice cream. It was so, granted it was a bit expensive, but it was so fucking delicious. And everyone's like, can you stop being fat, Lunar? I'm like, I'm trying. I stopped jogging because I sprained my back, okay? Fuck you. I'll have a six-pack eventually, okay? We'll get there one day. They all seem to have nothing in common, but they were all pointing their phones at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I started to run. I couldn't take it anymore. But no matter how much I ran, no matter how much I tried to flee, no matter how much I tried to slip through the gaps in the crowd and get out of there, the sounds wouldn't let me go. The gazes followed me. I'd escaped for some, only to have the same sounds come at me from the front or the side. It was likely an infinitely spawning enemy. When the lights was red, I had to stop. I put my hands on my knees and tried to catch my breath. The shutter sounds were still following me. I lowered my gaze and clenched my fists. There was nothing I could do but endure the humiliation. And then I started to wonder. Was it really just random chance that so many people were taking my photo? Could that mean that many people want pictures of me? Sure, I was famous, but only in a negative sense. I wasn't the kind of person whose photo you'd want. Most people probably thought I was creepy. Why would they want to take so many photos of me, and in such an obvious way? And why only now? Was this Shogun's doing? Another one of his attacks? Please, just leave me alone. What was his problem? What did I ever do to him? I wanted to kill him. He was doing this to break me down. He was constantly watching me, so that someday he could come kill me. He was going to make me out to be the new gen killer. He was going to kill me in some horrible way. I wanted to kill him first. I put my hands to my head. I had a bad headache, but I couldn't feel the gaze of God. All these people were taking my photo, but Shogun's gaze wasn't there. I wanted to kill him. Suddenly, silence. All the clicking shutters stopped, as if somebody had given them all an order. I looked up, and then heard a sound I recognized, this time from the right behind me. It wasn't a loud sound. If it had been silent, I would have missed it. I could sense him. Somebody in a wheelchair was right behind me. Somebody. I laughed at myself. I knew exactly who it was. It was him. It was Shogun. Ah! Stupid laugh, fucking thing, whatever. I ran across the street even though the light was still red. A car honked loudly at me, but it stopped just before impact. I ran as fast as I could, not even looking behind me. Even after I got back to the base, I couldn't get the shutter sounds out of my head. They kept following me even to the residential area near the base, where there weren't many people out at all. Every single person I passed took out their phone as soon as they saw me and took a photo. They never said, "Let me shake your hand," or "You're creepy," or anything annoying like that. They weren't even grinning. They just took out their phones and photographed me with a completely flat expression on their faces, and then they'd walk away like nothing ever had happened. It was bizarre. There was no emotion in it, no hatred, no mockery, no nothing, no anything. It was mechanical, like they were dolls somebody was controlling. I crouched in the corner of my room, gnashing my teeth, hands around my knees. It was his doing. Shogun was behind this. I heard the sound of a wheelchair, just once, on my way home. I hadn't seen it, but I was sure I'd heard it. My hands were still shaking. I looked at the clock. It was almost already 11 at night. I had been scared, out of my wits for almost 5 hours. I let out a deep sigh, and in my head I cursed him. Die. 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 The worst thing about Shogun was that he didn't just come out and try to kill me. His attacks were slow and indirect. They were wearing me down, making it so I was terrified to even go outside. Save me, Kozapi. There was no way I could fight Shogun alone, not without a D-sword. Why wouldn't Kozapi save me? I had to think of some way to get her to protect me. If she could read my mind, I couldn't lie to her. What about money then? If I paid her, would she help me? I heard a strange noise. I gulped and pulled myself into a ball to make myself even smaller. Then I listened carefully to see if I could hear it again. I was hearing things. I had to be hearing things. I wasn't hearing things. It was a wheelchair. I could hear it outside my room. I held my breath and put my ear to the wall. He was here. He was right outside. And was I imagining things? Or did it sound like he was moving, little by little? I wasn't imagining things. He was slowly circling around the shipping container. I heard a voice. Shogun's laughter. He was laughing. He was slowly circling around my room. In the middle of the night, laughing. And that wasn't all. There was more. The sound of a cell phone shutter. Was Shogun taking pictures of what? The container? No. It wasn't just Shogun. There were other people too. Not just 2 or 3. There had to be at least 10 people out there. They were all taking photos all at once. I could hear the shutter sounds through the walls. Impossible. This was a delusion. It had to be a delusion. If I went outside, I'd see that there was nobody there. I was just hallucinating. Even if the walls were thin, there was no way I could hear the laughter and sounds this clearly. I didn't have the courage to go outside. I was too scared to think. I pulled a blanket over my head, covering my ears and sobbing. Stay out. 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 I'm not going to yell that or I'll get my neighbors upset with me. How long was I stuck there like that? It might have been 10 minutes or it might have been 10 hours. I took the blanket off my head and stood up as quietly as I could. I listened carefully. No sound was coming from outside. The only noise was the sound of my computer. So, it had been a hallucination? Yeah, it had to have been. I should go out to see. I'd see for sure that nobody was there. Even if somebody had been there, they were surely gone now. I stood in front of the door. The padlock was locked from the inside. I took out the key and put it in the keyhole. I didn't have the courage to turn it. My heart was pounding like a drum. I was scared, afraid to open it. This might be Koumei trap. Somebody might be out there, waiting to attack me as soon as I opened the door. I tried to tell myself that I was being ridiculous, but I failed. I had been tricked and deceived so many times. I didn't want it to happen again. Why? Why wouldn't they all just leave me alone? Why was all of this happening to me? Damn it. Damn it, damn it. I slammed my fist into the door. It made an incredibly loud noise. My hand hurt. I still couldn't hear anything outside. I couldn't sense anyone out there. Nobody was there. Of course. Nobody was there. I bit my lip so hard it drew blood, and turned the key in the lock. I opened the door as softly as I could. I peeked my head out to look around. Nobody was there. It was dead quiet. Nothing was moving. No creaking wheelchair, no laughter, no shutter sounds. I couldn't hear a thing.
誰か
Uh,
いますか
Is anybody there? I waited a moment, but there was no answer. Of course there wasn't. Nobody was there, so obviously no one was going to answer. I went outside and tremulously approached the shadows around the base. Nobody was there either. So it had been an hallucination. All the stress had driven me crazy. Yeah, that's right. It had to be right. I was wasting my time being scared like this. I'm such a dork.
僕涙目
Such an
もう
idiot.
アホ
Dummy.
かとバカかと
I laughed at myself for being such a wimp. I deserved to be laughed at. Now, I was tired. I went back into my room and looked at my Serotan figure to restore my sanity. Then I sat down on my computer and logged into Freepara. I checked to see if there were any new topics in the Bloodtoon community. Then I checked my friends' updates. Something felt wrong. Something was strange. Oh my fuck. Freepara showed your friends' diaries as a list of updates, but none of the friends that usually posted were on the list. Our Freepara list, we have Miku Miku, Jingang Ain, Miracle Claudia, Star Appeal, Dravu, Struglev, Master Chiri, Coladrian, Adomazin, Digitaru, Suicide Girl, Human Flare, Soba Shop Girl, Division Commander, Hazuki! Hi, Hazuki. Is it the nurse? I don't know. The nurse that's also secretly a serial killer? Arriving at the scene. Spider. Arriving at the scene. Elevator going up. Arrival. The fun begins. Celebratory photo. View from the roof. Container wall. Sink. Shower. Double doors. Staircase to the roof. He arrives. You took a picture of me coming out of my goddamn container. Fuck you. Instead, the list was full of updates from a single friend made within a short period of time. The friend name was Spider. Did I have any friends with that name? Well, I did have over 100 friends, and I certainly didn't remember all their names. So maybe Spider was something. I'm still concerned that Hazuki's there, considering that's a fucking serial killer. But, initially, you're like, but you thought she was cute. I didn't know she was a serial killer. Or trying to kill me. I'm just like, she's a really pretty nurse. Spider had posted close to 15 new updates in the last 30 minutes. Well, fucks. I looked at their titles and gasped. I realized my throat was completely dry. For some reason, I had an intense sensation of deja vu from the titles. I could tell exactly what was in the articles. I moved the mouse with a shaking hand. I clicked on the articles. This. This is... It's right in front of my building. The article consisted of nothing but a single photo, probably taken with a cell phone. There was no text at all. The photo was from the front of the Kurenai building where I lived. It looked to have been taken at night. No way. I was just being silly. I forced myself to laugh. I clicked on another one. This can't be real. I screamed, but when I had seen the title, I'd known what it would contain already. Knowing in advance didn't stop the terror from bubbling up within me. So I wasn't imagining those sounds. The creaking wheelchair, the laughter, the shudder sounds. They were all real. Somebody had been outside my room, taking photos with their cell phones and uploading it. The latest article. Its title was He Appears. Timestamp was 12:14. The time right now was 12:21. It had been uploaded just 7 minutes ago.
そうだよ。
This can't be happening. It's not happening.
嘘に決まってる。
Who was he? Who were they talking about? I didn't want to go look, but I had to. I turned my back toward the door and checked to make sure it was still locked. And then I clicked the latest article with trembling fingers. I was clearly visible in the picture. It was taken right when I had gone outside to see if anyone was there. I thought nobody had been out there, but somebody was. When Kozue arrived at school, she was stopped by one of her classmates, Minako Ninomiya, just before she could enter the classroom.
折原、ちょっと話があるんだけど。
There was a clear hostility in her voice. Kozue flinched. It wasn't just Minako who was glaring at her. There were another 5 girls behind her. All of them were her classmates, but she couldn't remember their names.
いいよね。付き合ってくれるでしょ？
You don't mind, right? You'll come with us, right? She didn't know what to do, so she just stood there. Another girl, not Minako, grabbed her by the shoulder.
ちょっと、なんとか言いな
Hey,
よ。
say something. Kozue started to cry as the girls surrounded her. When the other girls saw this, it only made them angrier.
いちいち泣いてんじゃね
Stop
えよ。
crying so damn much. Just come with us. Kozue tried to refuse. Nothing good was going to happen to her if she went, but they grabbed her by the arm so that she couldn't run. They took her to the roof. Another 10 or so girls were waiting there. Almost every girl in the class was up on the roof. Kozue could barely believe what was happening. I can, and it's depressing. Yay, nostalgia sucks sometimes. She knew exactly what was coming. She could feel the hostility radiating from all of them. Kozue shivered in the face of so many negative delusions. No matter how much she tried to control herself, she couldn't stop crying.
こいつもう泣いてんじゃん。
She's crying already? Oh no! Imagine somebody would feel sad that everyone hates them. Imagine that. Fuck you. All 15 of you. Wow, what a bitch. This was the first time they'd spoken to her since she'd come here. Of course, she knew that the girls in the class didn't like her. She could hear their thoughts whenever she was in the classroom. But this was the first time they'd said those thoughts aloud. She tried to run, but a dozen girls surrounded her and blocked her path.
逃げようとしてんじゃ
Don't
ね
run
えよ
away. Minako wants to talk to you.
みんなと
Listen to
話
what
あ
she's
るん
got
だ
to
から
say.
さ、ちゃんと聞きな。
Minako was glaring at her as if spurred on somehow by her classmates' words. Minako was tall, like a model, the exact opposite of tiny Kozue.
折原、あんたさ、大輔に色目使ってんじゃないわよ。
What? Orihara, stop trying to get with Daisuke. I don't think she's acknowledged his existence aside from the time that he followed her around for an hour. But this is weird. Kozue couldn't even remember who Daisuke was. But she couldn't say that, so she just shrank back in confusion and fear.
聞いてんの？
Are you
うる
listening
さ
to
い
me?
んだよ、あんた。
Stop trying to steal my
人の彼氏に手出そうと
boyfriend,
して
you
んなよ。
slut. Wow. Kozue shook her head as hard as she could. She had no idea what Minako was talking about. And then she finally remembered that Daisuke was the first name in Misumi, one of her classmates. She never even tried to seduce him. She knew exactly what he was after, and she had avoided him.
っていうか、
You know, I
前
never
から
liked
折
you.
原のこと気に入らなかったんだよね。
Okay. Doesn't Daisuke try to fuck everyone in the school? Shouldn't you be angry at your own boyfriend? Or, every other person in the entire class? Since he always constantly bragging to me about everything.
ね
right?
え、なんで喋ん
Why
ない
don't
の
you talk? Do you think it makes you cute or something?
はっきり言
Yeah,
って
nobody
うざ
likes
す
you.
ぎ
You
だ
just
し
piss everybody off.
ムカつくし。
Or
それとも
maybe you can
男子と
talk to
話
guys,
しても私た
but
ち
you
と
can't
話
talk
すつ
to
もりない
us?
って
Is that it,
調子乗っ
bitch?
てんじゃねえよ。
なんか言え
Say
よ
something,
ブ
you
ス
whore. They pulled her hair, slapped her cheek, jabbed her shoulder. She couldn't escape. They wouldn't let her go. Gang beating, bullying. The words flashed through Kozue's mind and terrified her. Save me, Senna. Help me, Takumi. I don't think I'm even at school. I was probably too terrified to leave my container after all that shit. She called out in her mind, but nobody was going to come. I don't... Can you project that thought across the city? Because I'll tell you this. Santa would definitely come running. And Takumi, I don't care like the shit outside my container. If I suddenly hear that you need help, I will run across the fucking city. Now, granted, I'd take forever to get there and probably run out of breath a few times. But I'll at least, if I know you need help, I'll be on my way. This was just like before she came to Koto. This was just like before she'd come to Tokyo. She came to Tokyo. No matter how much she called out for help, nobody came to help her. She'd just have to endure it. But this wasn't so bad. She could handle it. And then right as she had had that thought, she started to hear a strange sound. The expressions vanished from all of her classmates' faces, and all of them had their hand in their breast pocket. Is everyone having a heart attack? What's happening? And they slowly took out something from it, all at once, in a synchronized motion. It was... Did they pull out knives? Hand mirrors. All of them had a different shape. But they all pointed them at Kozue. It was like some kind of bizarre ritual. All the mirrors showed her reflection as she trembled, eyes twitching and spasming. Who are you? Who are you? The nightmares came back. She would cease to be herself. She couldn't stop shaking. She started to thrash her head violently back and forth. Her gaze went from one mirror to another. Her eyes kept switching. A voiceless scream echoed from her throat. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Dark delusions took over her mind. The next thing she knew, the D-sword was in her hand, raised high. The pale red flames running down its body were flashing, as if screaming with joy. It was an awe-inspiring weapon, one that made no effort to conceal its deadliness. A weapon that shattered everything, swallowed everything, and annihilated everything, until only nothingness was left. And now, it was no longer a delusion. It was real. Her classmates, who until now had been silently pointing mirrors at her, came back to their senses. But it was too late. After that, there were many, many screams. But they only lasted a few seconds. I hurried to school. I looked around carefully to make sure no one was around me. If anybody was following me, I was going to run away as fast as I could. I was already out of breath. My chest was heaving. With each step, I kept wiping away the sweat on my forehead, and it kept coming back. I had to go to school. I had to get to school and find some way to force Kozubi to help me. I wanted Kozubi to kill whoever was doing this to me. Kozubi would do it. She was broken, after all. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to kill them. I wanted to kill Shogun, and all his friends, and all those ones who'd visited the base last night were clearly working for him. They were finally ready to go on the offensive for real. They'd made me their target, and after wearing me down, They were ready to move in for a merciless kill. I didn't want to die, so I'd have to kill them first. I don't want to die, so you're going to have to. And again, the sound, the creaking sound I'd heard so many times yesterday, right behind me. I turned around, but nobody was there. There was no wheelchair to be seen anywhere. I wasn't hearing things. I heard it clearly. Was Shogun attacking me again? I started running. I didn't want to be alone. But it followed me. The sound was always right behind me, no matter where I went. Stop it. Leave me alone. Stay away. Don't look at me. I was going crazy. I didn't have the courage to look behind me again. I reached the school gate. The bell hadn't rung yet. I was on the verge of being late, but there were still students around me, heading to their classes. Just seeing them made me shrink back, but if I didn't go through the gate, I couldn't see Kozupi. I was about to force myself to go inside when... the sound, again. This time it was a cell phone shutter sound, not a wheelchair. I looked around. Who? Who had taken the photo? Nobody. Nobody was looking at me. Nobody had their phone out. What the hell was going on? I covered my ears and ran as fast as I could. I ran straight to my classroom. I went to head inside before stopping and turning around. The class of deacons were sitting there in the door. Going in meant looking them in the eye, so I didn't. Damn it. The world was full of enemies. Everyone was my enemy. Die. All of you die. I headed back into the hallway, delusions of their horrible deaths filling my mind. I've had enough. I had had enough time. Take a quick glance inside the classroom. And Kozupi wasn't there. Actually, there wasn't a single girl in the classroom. It felt really weird, but I didn't care. I only cared about where Kozupi was. Why? Why wasn't she here on the one day I needed her? My throat still hurt from all the wheezing, and I was out of breath. Some of the students in the hallway turned around and looked at me in surprise. Don't look at me. The sound again. I turned around to see some deacon boys I'd never laid eyes on before, grinning on me. They had their phones pointed in my direction. Don't look at me. I ignored them. I could just have Kozupi kill them later. I created a delusion of it happening. It was such a sweet, pleasant delusion. I wished I didn't get a chance to read that. I wished all of them would just die. I was just so sick of this world. I couldn't find Kozupi anywhere. I had no idea where she was. Maybe she wasn't at school today. If that was the case, then what should I do? I didn't think I could handle Shogun's psychological attacks until tomorrow. No matter how strong I tried to be, my knees were still knocking, and if I wasn't careful, I might collapse where I stood. Kozupi, where are you? Where are you? I need your help. Help me. I stopped. I heard a voice inside my mind. It's not Kozupi's fault. It's not Kozupi's fault. Help me. Kozupi, where are you? Can you hear me? I looked around and saw Kozupi, crouching in a ball near the entrance to the school. When I saw her, I gasped. Her body was red, like she was covered in blood. No, not like she was covered in blood. She was covered in blood. I almost screamed, but I was too shaken to even do so. Kozupi, snap out of it. Kozupi! I called out, and Kozupi slowly looked up at me. Her eyes were bright red and wet with tears. Takumi-chan? Okay, I feel like you may have nicked an artery on somebody. But I understand. People can be jerks. She grabbed onto my waist. What are you doing? Takumi, are you my enemy? My friend? I'm your friend, but I think we both need a shower. These clothes are ruined. But yeah, fuck school. Let's go somewhere else, man. But what do you mean? I asked, but she just buried her head in my chest and shook it from left to right. The blood on her body stained my uniform. I'd never really realized how tiny she was. She was so thin. I thought she might break in half. Until she'd grabbed onto me like this. I'd never noticed.
僕は
Ah,
コズピーの味方だ。
I'm your friend.
だか
So,
ら
so
コズピーに
I want you to help
助けて
me.
もらいたい。
I told her everything I'd been thinking, of course. I arranged it in a way that was most convenient for me, though. Kozupi, you're all I've got.
コズピーのこといじめない？
I don't know if I've ever actually bullied anyone in my life. Also, this picture kind of makes me want to cry. Makes me feel sad. You won't bully Kozupi? I won't. I want you to protect me from the people who want to bully me. Kozupi can't protect you. But you've got a D-sword. But I can't use her right. Who? By her, you mean the D-sword? Kozupi nodded at my question, and then she began to shiver. Well, I mean, even though it's blood... I mean, even though it's blood and not water, you would probably still develop hypothermia, even in warm weather, being covered and stuff. The fact that also it's not going to evaporate. Well, I mean, water evaporating from sweat tends to actually cause, I mean, it's an evolutionary thing for humans to be able to sweat so we don't get overheated. But it also tends to make us dehydrate very fast and die if we don't have water. But I imagine even in warm weather, being covered in blood, that could actually start making you feel cold and leaching body heat out of you. So the kerbam swing that happened wasn't Kozupi's fault, okay? The impact came out of nowhere. A vision, like a flashback, exploded in my brain. School, the roof, red, a sea of blood, the overpowering smell of dozens of blood, dozens of chunks of meat lying on the ground, ripped apart so much you couldn't tell what they were before. Kozupi standing in the middle of the sea of blood, panting, D-sword in hand. I came back to my senses. What did I just see? That was the school's roof. I could tell that much. But what was that? Just a delusion? It felt like a little different than usual. Maybe it was Kozupi's delusion, and not mine. Senna said that Gigalomaniacs could see other people's negative delusions, and there was also dark blood all over Kozupi's body as she clung to me. It still wasn't dry. She didn't seem to be in pain, so she probably wasn't hurt. The blood wasn't Kozupi's then. I tried to think about what could cause her to be soaked with all this blood. This wasn't normal. It wasn't normal at all. Whose blood was this? Kozupi? Whose blood is this? The people who bullied Kozupi. Her head was slumped forward. She slowly pushed away from me and awkwardly looked away. She had her index finger to her lip, like she was sulking, or maybe like she was licking the blood on her hand. Is that your blood? It's somebody else's blood. Something felt very, very wrong, Kozuki. If that's true, do you think you maybe went a little too far? The first bell rang. It was time for homeroom to start. All the other students had already gone inside, and it was just the two of us out here. Yeah, we definitely can't go in the classroom like this. We need to leave. I worked up the courage to go back to the classroom. What about her? What is she supposed to do? I quietly took a look through the window, making sure nobody could see me.
これって
What the heck? I couldn't believe it. Homeroom had started, the teacher was there. But there wasn't a single girl inside the class. No. I had to make sure it was just an illusion. Where is Kozupi during this? Did we just abandon her in the locker room? Why would we even go into the building at all in this situation? She is covered in blood. At that point, we leave. I ran up the stairs to the roof and flung open the door. The first thing I saw was a dreary blue sky and then a brilliant red. A literal sea of blood. Well, fuck. I threw up on the spot from the mix of terror, physical revulsion, and the sheer
学園
stench.
さんは
Takumi,
の味方だよね。
you're my friend, right? Okay, I'm glad I actually brought you with me this whole way. And it's good that we at least confirmed that this is real. Even without the fucking satellites pulling their shit with Shogun and shit, I don't blame you. That being said, we also have government people using satellites to fuck with us. So that's also something that's concerning me. I gasped. I turned around and Kozupi was standing there. She had tears in her eyes, but she was looking at me, covered in blood, and smiling innocently. I ran. I was terrified of Kozupi, and how she could smile like that. I was terrified of how she could kill so brutally. Nothing made sense. I couldn't get what I had just seen on the roof out of my head. The scene kept playing inside my mind, and each time the vomit came up in my throat, and I had to stop from heaving it out. I ran through the school with no idea of where I was going. Homeroom had started, and there were no students in the hallways. Kozupi didn't follow. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Was running the right move? Should I have stayed with Kozupi? What if running made her think I was an enemy? If she thought I was an enemy, would she do that? Do to me what she did to the girls on the roof? Please, no, no. But then, what was I supposed to do? Even if I went back, I wouldn't have any idea what to say to her. I ran, staggering and almost tripping several times. When I rounded a corner, I could barely avoid running into someone. Hi, Misumi. It was Misumi and the DQN boys who had been making fun of me. Misumi looked away, awkwardly, while the DQNs grinned and blocked the path. Hey, boy socket! Why don't you show us a trick? I bit down hard on my lip. I didn't look him in the eye. If I did, he'd punch me. The DQN didn't take out this phone. If he had, I might have snapped and killed him like Kozupi. The girls in the class are all playing hooky today or something. We're out looking for them. I really don't know why we're bothering though. Misumi's already worried about Minako. But they're probably all just hanging out somewhere or something. Don't you think so, boy psychic? I didn't answer. He kicked me in the stomach. Hey! Don't ignore me! Knock it off. Misumi spoke for the first time. The DQN was still trying to hurt me, but Misumi stopped him. Taku, you seen Minako? She was here until the bell rang. Now, she's not picking up her phone or answering my texts. I couldn't tell him. I couldn't tell him what I'd seen on the roof. I didn't know for sure who Minako was, but it was probably his current girlfriend. Was she one of the bodies up on the roof then? And what about Rimi? Did Kozupi kill Rimi too? No, that was impossible. Rimi had been missing for a while now. She hadn't been coming to school. And why was I worried about Rimi right now? Why was I still expecting anything from her? She was never coming back for me, right? Hey, Psychic. Why is there blood on your shirt? I had a really bad cough. I froze. That blood was from when Kozupi had grabbed onto me. It had stained the bottom of my shirt. Masumi gasped in surprise.
タク、
Taku,
何かあったのか？
did something happen?
No.
I had a really bad cough.
何もないよ。
Nothing. I turned around and ran. I could hear him calling after me, but I ignored it. I ran down the stairs. Ow! Why do I suck at basic coordination? But I was in such a confused hurry that I tripped and fell, rolling down the stairs all the way to the landing. I didn't have the strength to get up again. Was I never going to have a single moment of peace again? Why did all these impossible things keep happening to me?
タク、
Taku. Someone said my name. There was only one girl that called me that. I looked up and saw that someone was offering me a hand again. Hi, Rimi.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
そんなに
Why are
慌て
you in
て
such a hurry? Are you
どこか
hurt?
怪我してない？
Rimi. Rimi was here. Rimi, I was about to cry but didn't want to embarrass myself. I held back the tears and took her hand. It was warm. Rimi helped me to my feet.
本当に大丈
You
夫？
sure you're okay?
かなり派手に転んでたけど。
That looked like a nasty fall. I looked to see if there was anything broken. I patted the dirt off my body. Rimi,
リム、
where have
どこへ？
Where have you been? Why didn't you contact me? Didn't you say you were going to protect me?
ああ、私
Oh, me?
私
I
は
was late today.
今日は遅刻
No, that wasn't what I meant. But her cheerful smile made me feel just a little less terrified. Her smile had saved me so many times. I didn't need to ask where she had been, or what she'd been doing. I didn't need to ask why she hadn't contacted me. Rimi had come back. Everything was okay now. No matter who was after me, Rimi would protect me. Would she really protect me? Was it really only just chance that Kozubi hadn't killed her? The thought popped up in the corner of my mind, and once it was there, it wouldn't go away. She hadn't come to school for ages, and now, by sheer luck, here she was today, and by sheer luck, the day she decided to come, she'd been late. And by sheer luck, the day she decided to come was the day Kozubi killed a bunch of people. No, I couldn't let myself think these negative thoughts. I rubbed my temples with my finger and calmed myself down.
なんだか具合
You don't
が
look so
悪
good.
そうだね。保健室に連れてってあげる。
Let me get you to the
そこで
nurse's
少し
office.
休んだ方がいいよ。
You can get some rest there. She started to pull me by the hand.
ほら、行こう。
Come on, let's go. Did she not know what had happened on the roof? I guess she wouldn't. She said she was late after all. And she was probably just not bringing up the blood on my clothes because she didn't want to make things awkward. I reluctantly let Rumi pull me down the stairs, but I stopped right in front of the school entrance.
タク、
Taku, Rimi was pulling me pretty hard, but I softly brushed her hand away. A left at the end of the hallway would take us to the teacher's office, past that the nurse's office, or I could go out the entrance and out into the yard. Past the yard with the school gate. I didn't want to talk to anybody today if I didn't have to. I didn't want to talk around the school building. It wouldn't be too long before someone saw what had happened on the roof. And when that happened, there would be a panic. With all this blood on my clothes, they might think I was the killer. I wanted to get out here now. I decided I should just head out the entrance instead of going to the nurse's office. I turned around to tell Rimi about Kozupi and what I'd seen when... Why do you have swords? Huh? Why do you have swords? Huh? Rimi had something in her hands, a sharp blade, like a pair of iron wings. Was that a D-sword? And Rimi was just about to stab it into my back. We stared at each other. Hi. You're here to murder me. I feel sad about that. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She was the first to look away.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry, she whispered before she swung the sword. She was trying to kill me. Rimi was trying to kill me. My brain had shut down. I quickly grabbed her by the wrist and blocked her from bringing it down on me. I was a wimp who never exercised, but I was still stronger than Rimi. You are attempting to murder me.
なんで？
What? Why?
なんで
Why?
だよ！
Yeah, I trusted you. Was she my enemy too? Had she been lying to me the whole time? Was she tricking me and trying to set me up like Yua? Was Rimi working with Shogun too? Was my first theory that she was working with Shogun right after all? What? Why would you do this? Why would you do this?
ごめん。
I'm sorry, but you need to disappear.
タクには消えてもらうしかないの。
There was no room for doubt. Rimi was my enemy the whole time. She'd finally revealed her true nature. She'd lied about trying to protect me.
嘘だ。
You liar!
こん
You
な
were
の嘘
lying
だ。
the whole time.
嘘ついて。
I'm sorry I lied. No, you aren't.
でもお願い。
But please, Taku? What are you gonna tell me to stay still while you fucking stab me? Disappear. Great. I don't feel terrible about this at all. And everyone's like, Lunar's using so much sarcasm. But bullshit.
ふざけるなよ。僕がどれだけ
Do you
君の
know
ことを
how
信用して
much
たと思
I
ってるんだ。
trusted you?
どれだけ
Did
君
you
の頼
know
りに
how
してたと
much
思って
I
るんだ。
counted on you?
なんでそんな簡単に
How can you just betray me like this? You demon girl. Taku, I'm
ご
sorry.
めん。
ごめんね。
Sorry isn't good enough. Who the hell do you think you are? I was crying. How could she just betray me like that? I felt angry and frustrated, far more than I had been when Yua had done the same thing. Rimi had toyed with my feelings. I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. I want to kill you. I'll make you pay. I want to kill you. I'll make you pay. I want to kill you. I strengthened my grip on her wrist, and she winced in pain. But I was in worse pain than she was. She tore my heart apart. I'll make you pay. I'll never forgive you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you.
殺してやる。
I'll kill you. Gua. Suddenly, Rimi's body disappeared from view. She'd been slammed into the rows of shoe lockers next to me. The impact was hard. The lockers fell over. Shattered and broken, she was buried in the rubble, and I couldn't see her. Dust had flown up everywhere. At first, I didn't understand what had happened.
たくみさんの心の叫びね。聞こえたよ。
I heard the cry of your heart. Yeah, I was having a bit of a freak out there, Cosby. We really should leave the school now. I don't know where the fuck we're gonna go because a guy dying of super cancer living in a wheelchair with the powers of Professor X from X-Men is camping out around my house making awkward Facebook videos. So yeah, maybe we can go to Senna. I mean, she lives... She lives in a fucking abandoned train car in the middle of a city, surrounded by magical illusions. So, at least there's somewhere. Because she can make the building invisible, so we have an invisible place we can go. It's not luxurious, but we have at least somewhere we could go. I heard the cry of your heart. Kozubi was there with her D-sword. Her expression was pained. There was sweat on her face, but she was forcing herself to smile. Okay, the sweat's because you basically had to probably sprint all the way here. Because more than likely after I left, you probably just stayed up at the top of the roof crying, or at the top of the stairwell, to be away from the blood. And then when you heard me mentally screaming my fucking freak out at, someone attempting to murder me, you sprinted here to save my life. Thank you. And yes, it's probably a bit rude to say that it was probably harder to, because you don't have long strides because you're short. If you had been taller, you could probably got here faster. It's kind of a dick thing to say. But still, you sprinted here to save my life. Thank you. But you're still forcing yourself to smile.
殺したいって許せないって
You wanted to kill her.
だから
You wanted to make her pay. So,
殺してあげたのら
I killed her for you. I mean, you just hit her into the wall. That probably didn't kill her. I think. I mean, if you had... Because seriously, if you had cut her with the... I mean, one, she was trying to kill me. 2, if you had hit her with the slicey part of the sword, the edge, I mean, she wouldn't have went flying. And she would be like in pieces. But the fact that she went flying means you hit her with the flat part, which means that she's probably still alive. So we'll just leave, and she'll just go to the doctor later, and maybe get a few stitches and be okay. Maybe a broke a bone or two, maybe a rib. But she's probably okay. It was Kozapi's inner voice.
殺し
You killed her? You really killed her?
殺し
Okay, it was actually still going.
殺した本当に殺し
I walked over to the lockers, unable to believe what had just happened. And of course, still angry, but of course there's still mixed emotions. That's the thing, emotions are never really cut and dry. But human beings are complex. Or maybe I'm just fucked in the head. I don't know. Maybe both. I don't know. I touched the D-sword she had been holding with the tip of my fingers. It had left its owner's hands and was lying on the floor. There was liquid slowly spilling out from under it. It was blood. Whose blood? I didn't even need to think much to realize the answer. A moment later, the D-sword collapsed into black particles and disappeared. Remy was dead? Just like that? I didn't have it in me to find out for sure. I was so sad and so frustrated and angry. I killed my feelings, or maybe they died on their own. It didn't even matter. The tears had stopped.
コズピ
Kozapi, help me.
ー僕を助けて
Kozapi was all I could rely on now.
コズピー僕を助けて
Kozapi was all I could rely on now. Remy had betrayed me, but I still wanted someone to believe in. No, maybe I just wanted somebody to stay with me. Maybe the stuff about wanting someone to protect me was all just an excuse. Maybe I just didn't want to be alone. Even if I knew that people might betray me, even if they already had betrayed me, I still didn't want to be alone. I couldn't handle all this terrible shit all by myself. If I tried, it felt like I'd break down and cease to be me. The person I was would disappear. I walked over to Kozapi. She looked so sad and so hurt. The smile was gone. I grabbed her by the shoulders and hugged her as tight as I could. She didn't resist.
さっきはコズピーから逃げたのに
You ran from me back there. Yeah, I kind of freaked out. There was a lot of blood, and I got scared, and I kind of freaked out and just wanted to run the fuck away. So yeah, that is accurate. And yeah, I freaked out. You ran from me back there.
ご
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
さっきはコズピーから逃げたのに
それでも助けてくれ
But please, save me anyway.
たくみちゃんはコズピーの味方
Takumi, are you my friend? How many people had Kozapi killed? What would happen if the police caught her? Was it safe to stay with her? I started to ask questions and then stopped. I was going to stay with Kozapi, I decided. I had an enemy more dangerous than the police, and it was far too dangerous to try and handle them on my own.
僕には
I need you.
コズピーが必要だ一緒にいたい
I want to stay with you.
たくみさんは身勝手な人なの
Takumi, you're a selfish person. Yep. No disagreements there. She wrapped a hand around my back. She held me tight. Too. With what little strength she had.
でもねコズピーのこと必要って言ってくれたからコズピーもたくみさん一生懸命守る
But you said you need me, and that meant a lot. So, I'll do my best to protect you.
あのね前に汚いおじさんが言ってたのら
The dirty old man told me something.
我
Nora,
慢することないって負の感情を否定しちゃダメって
he said don't hold your feelings in. Don't deny your negative feelings.
だからコ コズピーはコズピーをいじめる人みんな殺すね。
Not sure he quite meant that, but it's work in progress. So Kozupi is going to kill all the people who are mean to her,
それとタクミさんをいじめる人も。
and all the people who are mean to you too. I could sense her feelings. They were as cold as ice, and as hot as the sun. There were two contrasting emotions within her, madness and kindness. That's called being human. But yeah, and that's another reason why it's also a very good idea to avoid ever killing people, because it causes emotional distress to the individual. Now granted, there might be some times where there's no choice. Or shit happens in life. Heck, there's people whose job it actually is. Military, police. But I'm sure there's many of them, most people, who probably think about that stuff all the time. And to them, I hope the best for you guys. It's a burden I never want to ever have. But there were two contrasting emotions within her, madness and kindness. Maybe I could feel her emotions the same way I could hear her voice. Or maybe I was just imagining things. And then, just then, I heard a girl scream. It was coming from above. We need to leave. Had they found the bodies on the roof? We have to escape. Kozupi, you stay here. The police will catch you. I let go of her, and for some reason she collapsed right there. You okay? What's wrong? I'm confused. Oh, yeah, what's wrong?
すごく疲れてるのだ。
Probably you burned her out too much adrenaline. I'm so tired. My body feels so heavy. You probably burned a shit ton of adrenaline. And now that you're coming down from the adrenaline, your body's exhausted. But you're not very tall, and you're not fat, so I can carry you. So I'll just carry you for a while, okay? I don't know where we're going. I'm so tired. My body feels so
ねえ
heavy.
タクミさん、
Talk to me?
コズピーね、心の中に真っ黒黒な妄想がどんどん生まれてくるよ。
Kozumi's got these darky dark delusions coming up from inside her.
押しつぶされちゃいそうなの。
It's like they're going to crush me. Okay, well, I'll just carry you, and then we'll go home, and we'll drink a Pepsi, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. What are darky dark delusions? Whatever they were, we couldn't stay here. Rimi's corpse, which is a few feet away. If anybody saw us, they know for sure that we did it. I helped Kozumi up to her feet and got us out of there. Well, at least there'll be a giant earthquake soon, right? I don't know how much longer it's going to be till that. We walked down the hallway. I thought about leaving the school, but the both of us were soaked in blood, and Kozumi could barely walk. It felt like if we left, the police would spot her immediately. The best move might be to hide in an empty classroom somewhere. The air was tense. The scream had set the whole school on edge, and I could hear the murmurings in the classroom getting louder and louder. We probably should have left immediately. The longer we wait, the harder it's going to be. Several teachers passed us in a big hurry. Many of the students had come out into their hallways in the middle of homeroom and were uneasily looking around to see what had happened. Crap, there are too many people around here. We might have done better to leave after all. We needed to hide somewhere. We needed to... Again. That sound again. Stop. Stop it. It's driving me crazy. I can see several students staring at us from a distance. Not just the students, several of the teachers too. They were all pointing their phones at me, and for some reason their other hands were all holding mirrors. Black rage and murder took root in my mind. Something was on the verge of breaking.
殺してやる。
I'll kill you. Kozupi must have sensed what I was feeling, because her inner voice was filled with murder too.
殺してやる。殺してやる。殺してや
I'll
る。
kill you. Kill you. She was reacting to the mirrors. She could barely walk, but she still had lifted up the D-sword in her hand. Kozupi, no! I grabbed her tiny body and tried to run.
殺してやる。
I'll kill you. I mean, actually, it's the best thing I can do in this situation. She's overwhelmed emotionally in this situation. I am too. The best thing we do is remove ourselves from the situation before it escalates. but I couldn't. She knocked me away with unbelievable ferocity, then charged at the group holding the mirrors. Gosby, come back. We should be going the other way. She was stumbling over her own legs. It looked like she could trip and fall over at any moment. But still, she swung her huge D-sword. And...
死ね
I'm not sure how to fix this. Die, die, die. Again, just makes me think of the game Kid Chameleon. They actually made fan-made sequels. Heck, there's a guy called Winslater. He did speed runs, the original Kid Chameleon. And he did blind playthroughs of Kid Chameleon 2 and Kid Chameleon 3, which are ROM hacks. In the same vein that Super Mario ROM hacks existed. Then again, I was watching Super Mario ROM hacks back before Mario Maker existed. And they were so popular that, eventually Nintendo made Mario Maker. With a single swing, she killed 4 people. She was a hurricane of overwhelming destruction. She wasn't even holding her sword right. She wasn't moving like someone with any training would. She was half bent over and flailing wildly, but the blade flew in an arc that was unbelievably fast and precise. It killed them all in a single strike, almost as if she wasn't just swinging a blade, but the weapon had a life of its own. Kozupi dropped to the ground and crouched into a ball covered in blood.
死ねばいいのみんな
I hope you all died, Nora.
殺したくないケンが勝手に
I don't want to kill you. It's the sword.
ケンに依存しちゃえばいいの
I should just let the sword take over, Nora.
これが
Is this who I really am?
そうなのかな
It does. This reminds me of the anime Plunderer. Licked. Yeah, it reminds me of the main character from the anime. Though technically he's got 2 names because of time travel and shit. I'll put it in the title. What was the other thing I was talking about? Was another... Oh, yeah. Kid Chameleon. I'll put some links about Kid Chameleon and Plunderer in the description. But that's what this reminds me of. It reminds me of Licked from the anime Plunderer. Basically, he was killing people as part of being a soldier in the war. Eventually, the more and more he killed, the more it just broke his mind. Same way, like, they touch on it lightly in the anime Death Note. Because no matter what the justification is that, Light Yagami uses, as he goes on using the Death Note, his personality does change. Yes, there were some aspects to his personality that was a bit dark at the start of the show, but they weren't anything malicious, really. For the most part, Light wasn't malevolent. But by the end of the show, he was purely Machiavellian. He was purely malicious. He was purely self-serving. He had lost all of his sense of compassion or even loyalty or care for other people. As far as he's concerned, killing people meant nothing. And even people that were like family or people that were close to him were just pawns to be used and sacrificed as needed for his goals. And even Light's dad winds up saying, as Light's dad is laying there dying on the ICU bed in that hospital, when, the Light Yagami's dad is dying, one last thing he mentions is that he's glad Light didn't use it. Not for moral reasons, not for principles like the stuff about being a cop or any shit like that. Not even because of the issue of loving his son. No. He says he's happy that Light didn't use the Death Note, because killing changes people. And granted, yes, it's different to a degree if a person kills somebody for a justified reason. But even then, the act of killing someone has an effect on a person's mind. The more a person does it, the more it tends to kill the person on the inside. I would recommend watching the anime Death Note and listening to that conversation. Heck, in many ways it could also relate to the Undertale video game when you're doing Genocide Path, which I couldn't even bring myself to do. initially I was wanting to do a idea where I was gonna, because I was never intending to do the genocide path to begin with, because I already knew I wouldn't have the heart for it. But initially I was like, okay, well, I was going to get the pacifist route, but on my neutral playthrough, what I was going to do on the neutral playthrough is I was going to go through, kill everybody in the ruins, and then spare Toriel, and then kill everyone in Snowdin, and hopefully still have the trigger for, you know, Papyrus to give you a hug and offer to spare you, and then take him up on the offer, and then not kill anyone at all the rest of the game. Which again, I don't know if it would work. Maybe you'd have to kill Toriel to get the trigger, but I really wasn't willing to do that. At least not to stick, which I'll explain in a second. But it was just my cringe way of trying to make an interesting idea for a video based on the power of friendship and how important it is for people to care about you, to accept you, to be your friend, to be there for you, to have emotional support. The idea of basically Toriel, and especially Papyrus, offering that hug to you, about the idea that that can be extremely valuable to a person. But, one, I did some stuff with putting the game on hard mode, which kind of caused a glitch with the game, to where I couldn't continue the game and had to start over. Plus, the controller I had at that time had a drifting analog stick, so it kept forcing me to accidentally flee, and I was getting, a bit agitated with that, and I accidentally killed Toriel twice, because I kept accidentally misclicking because my controller was a piece of shit. And then, when it came back to restarting because I couldn't finish because of a glitch caused by the hard mode thing, I was still kind of wanting to do that initial idea. But then I just really didn't feel okay with it. So I couldn't even bring I didn't even get around to killing anyone that snowed in. I just couldn't even bring myself to kill the fictional characters in the ruins again. And so I just went through, spared everyone, and just got back to Toriel's place and didn't even go downstairs to trigger the one thing. I'm like, I'm just going to stay here and be peaceful and happy. I don't even want to continue the rest of the game anymore. But the idea is in the genocide path, the idea the more you do it, the less you react to it. After all, the love thing is your level of violence, your capacity to harm others, and the amount at which you're able to harm others and not feel pain yourself. But yeah, I just couldn't really do it. And the funny thing is I've played so many games where the standard RPGs is you level grind. I mean, I have played I've played all the Final Fantasies to completion. At least until they got like the PS5 ones. But main point is, I played Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 like a dozen times through. I played Dragon Quest 8 all the way through twice. On the second time through, I 100%ed everything. PS2. Heck, earlier I was talking about how I enjoyed playing Shining Force 5 on, the PS2, where I was like cleaving through hundreds of people at a time. Probably in a way very reminiscent to how, Kozupi was doing the same thing. And I never felt the slightest bit bad about that. Same way playing Halo, or those games where I'm like shooting people with guns in a video game, or like Cyberpunk or Grand Theft Auto, or even the Trepang game that I was playing about a month ago. I don't feel bad about it at all. It's a video game and I'm having fun. It's exciting and fun. But for some reason with Undertale, for whatever reason, even though there's times where I was like level grinding in Final Fantasies or Dragon Quest, where I'd be like listening to earbuds of say Korn or System Down or Disturbed or other bands or Metallica on loop while I'm just going through and just killing the same monsters over and over for hours to level grind. The thing is this. I didn't feel bad once, and I was having fun. But for whatever reason, Undertale, it felt different. I think it's probably mainly because in Undertale, it was just, even though they weren't humanoid the way they're drawn, like they're frogs and shit, they're just trying to talk to you. They're not being aggressive or mean or attacking you. These aren't people that hate you. These aren't people that are saying bad things to you. These aren't people that are attacking you. Whereas in the video games, they're the enemy. They're not They're not something to have care for. They're just points of experience. They're a resource that you need. They're making you stronger. But more than that is this. They're your enemy. They're hurting you. They hate you. They say horrible things about you. They're trying to kill you. Like in the video game, it's like, okay, Final Fantasy VIII. Well, we have a giant mosquito the size of a horse. We have a giant horse. We have a fucking razor blade on its head. And we have a turtle that's literally a dragon. And a very scary, tiny, bald person in a monk robe with a butcher's knife and a lamp. Or a giant fire titan. Things that definitely give indications that they are not caring, not nice, that they hate you, that they're your enemy, that they're trying to hurt you, and they are very capable of hurting you. And that if you don't fight them, you will die. Whereas in Undertale, you definitely feel like you're doing something that makes you feel really bad. Is this who I really am? But yeah, the main point is this. Doing this sort of thing to other people, yes, there's times where it is justified. But even if it's justified, you're going to suffer very strong emotional damage. Why am I imagining the guy from the Flex Tape commercial? That's a lot of damage! I'm just imagining the guy from the Flex Tape video with fucking Flex Tape trying to Flex Tape all the corpses on the roof back together. Now I'm imagining him putting them in a rowboat and using them to like, see, the Flex Tape is holding! And he goes down by Remy, pouring Flex Seal onto her with a bucket. But yeah, what were the things I also wanted to talk about? The Plunderer and... Fuck. There's something I was talking about earlier. I don't know, I mentioned it twice. Shit. Plunderer. The Plunderer anime. Oh, Kid Chameleon. It's a platformer. I did a Let's Play of it once. But yeah, I'll try to share some videos of the Windslater thing and Plunderer. Actually, let me go on to here, and I'm just going to type it out, because otherwise I'm going to forget again. Plunderer and Kid Chameleon. If I spell it right. I'll also go type Windslater. Good. That'll make it easier for me to keep track of, not forgetting things. Okay, let's continue the game. But the main point is, the more you kill people, regardless of the reason, but especially if it's for bad reasons. I would say if you do it for bad reasons, then it has a much more profound effect on destroying your soul. But even if you're doing it for good reasons, even for reasons that were purely justified, in which you didn't legally do anything wrong, it still amounts to it's going to be something that's really emotionally painful for you. Honestly, I feel Kozue is going to require a lot of therapy and a psychiatrist. Just because, one, she already has other issues that she needs help with. Two, everybody in general kind of needs therapy. Three, this itself is going to be traumatic for her. Especially since she didn't really want to do the thing. And they were attacking her, but still. I feel like this would require therapy. But that's the main thing. If you wind up killing other people, it will cause emotional damage to you. Now, how you really cope with that, I don't know. I've never killed anyone. And I really, really hope it stays that way for the rest of time. But, yeah, I feel like that would require a lot of therapy. Because that's the main thing. A lot of animes also try to drive that point home too. That, killing people is going to have a very, very harmful effect on your mental health and mental well-being. Your mental health will be very much harmed, and your ability to be yourself will be destroyed. To a degree, every time you would kill anybody else, you'll be killing yourself. And again, there's various circumstances, but I'd say no matter how you kill somebody, it's going to harm your soul. Now, if you kill somebody for an unjustified reason, if you kill an innocent person, or if you kill someone in an especially brutal way, or if you were to like torture somebody or kill someone slowly, then I would say that would cause even more damage to your soul. I guess we're comparing the difference between, say, getting a paper cut as opposed to, a chainsaw going through your chest. Both's hurting you, but in a very different amount. Main point being is that, if possible, it would be absolutely in everyone's best mental health interest to never kill anyone ever. This is who I really am. I could feel the state of her mind, and it was a mess. She was totally out of control. I helped her to her feet, and we went up the stairs. Hi, Misumi. How's it going, man? You seem slightly unnerved by shit. Did something happen while I was gone? We ran into Misumi and the other DQNs on the staircase. Oh, this? We went to Burger King, and she really likes french fries and ketchup, but the ketchup packet, it didn't really want to open right, and we tried it really hard, and so we pulled on the ketchup packet really, really hard, and it just sort of tore way too much, spurted everywhere. So I just need a couple napkins, man. So if you don't mind us, we're going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to grab maybe a paper towel or something, and then we're just going to go back to Burger King. It's just, they gotta put those damn pumps back in, because they used to have those pumps where you put the little paper cups there to get the ketchup. And I know what you said, Misumi. I used too much salt, because you saw me, you put the ketchup in the little paper cup, and I'd add a little bit of salt into the ketchup in the paper cup, and I would stir it with a fry. Probably wasn't the healthiest thing to do. But now they got rid of the pumps entirely because people kept making messes with them. And now I have to use all just ketchup packets. And the ketchup packets, even though they're supposed to be easy to open, it says tear here. I'm fucking with the thing, and I'm like, okay, I have to go get a fucking pair of scissors to open this. And every time I try to force it open, I wind up basically smashing it, and then all the ketchup's gone. Now I don't have anything to put on my fries. And that's basically what's happened, Misumi. So, yeah. By the way, they got a new chicken sandwich at Burger King. It's pretty good, man. I suggest it even has these fiery buffalo things. You might want to try it, man, but water doesn't really help. Might want to get some milk. Yeah. So I'm gonna head out, man. Yeah. Probably just get the fiery buffalo nuggets from Burger King if you can. But yeah, you might want to just bring a fucking thing of ketchup with you, man. Because fucking ketchup packets bullshit. But hey, man, it was cool seeing you. I'll see you tomorrow, man. I'm having a bit of a headache. I'm not feeling the greatest. I think I maybe had a little stomach ache. I think it was? I think the chicken sandwich, I don't think they cooked it all the way. I think it was still raw a little bit. You know me, I don't like to complain about the food I get. And they didn't even add the cheese I asked for either. I mean, they don't get anything fucking right. But I decided to try the sandwich anyway, but then the inside it was kind of cold. So they didn't cook it all the way. And I don't think it's settling well, so I think I'm going to throw up later, man. So I don't want to do that here. So I think Burger King might have gave me a little food poisoning. So it's starting to set in. So I better go home before I get too sick. Maybe I'll grab some 7-Up from a convenience store on the way home. But yeah, so if you do go to Burger King, make sure that they give you fresh food, fresh chicken, and make sure they cook it all the way. Then again, I know you, man. You'll speak up. You're not as bashful and as shy as I am. They give you chicken sandwiches too cold or too old or not cooked all the way. I know you'll tell them. I know you'll let them know. Heck, they'll give you a free chocolate shake out of the thing. Because you are a charismatic man. So, yeah, just try not to be too much of a lady killer, with the girls at the store. Because, after all, you don't want to cheat on your girlfriend. It'd probably break her heart. She'd probably just emotionally bleed all over you. I mean, she'd probably be so upset at you cheating on her that she'd probably go all to pieces. Okay, Masumi, I gotta go. By the way, I made some puns that you're not gonna get right now, Masumi. Or maybe you do. I'm just saying, the joke it'll be funnier to you later. So, you think about that while you eat your food at Burger King, okay? Later, Masumi. Please, not them. I bit my lip.
おい
Look, they're
おい
covered in
こいつ
blood.
は血まみれじゃねえか
One of the DQs went pale. Masumi grabbed me by the collar. You seem slightly miffed. Fuck! You were already at Burger King, weren't you? Fuck! They didn't cook your sandwich either. We'll have to write them a complaint. You know what? Let's just stop going to Burger King, man. We're just got to stop going to Burger King. Fuck. Why is Burger King not get anything fucking right? I feel you, man. I can see why you're angry. Yeah, fuck Burger King. I'm not going anymore, man. Fuck them. He was shaking with rage. I mean, yeah, they fucked up your chicken sandwich. They fucked up my chicken sandwich. They didn't put the fucking cheese on there, man. I gotcha.
バカよ
Was it you? I mean, yeah, I was at Burger King too, man.
お前らが
Were you the
殺したのか
one
よ
who killed Minako? Okay, to be fair, everybody was spaghetti up there. I don't think there's enough of any kind of big enough piece of anybody for you to be able to identify who is or is not your girlfriend. Though to be fair, you probably already fucked all of them. So you probably didn't see a difference between all of them already. I mean, heck, you basically already saw women as nothing but meat as it was, Masumi. So this isn't much of a change, man. So I'll leave you with your girlfriend. What was her nickname again? Your little pot of ragu. So I'll leave you with that, and I hope you have a good life, man. I will probably take the rest of the week off. You know, it seems everyone's tense here. I think I'll just probably move on. I'll see you around, man. Were you the one who killed Minako? Let's hear the intonation of that. Oh.
バカよ
Voice acting is good. Also, the ability of the artist to draw certain emotions with stuff that is not hyper-realistic. Good job, guys. Good job.
お前らが殺したのかよミナコ
But yeah, the voice acting and the music. Very good at setting the atmosphere. Developers of the game, you make good game. The story is definitely very immersive. Very interesting. Very good story. Who the hell was Minako? Before I can answer, one of the DQNs made him stop.
まあ待てよ
Cool it,
ミス
Masumi.
まだそうと決まった
We
わ
don't
けじゃ
know
ねえ
for
だろ
sure that it was them.
だいたいあんなことよりによってこ
These
の二人
two
ができるわけねえって
couldn't do what we saw. What we saw? He had to be talking about what was up on the roof.
それよりよ
Anyway,
エスパ
boy psychic. I'm not a psychic.
ー僕はうるせえよ
Shut up.
招待すんなカス
Don't talk back to me, asshole. I tried to tell him I wasn't a psychic, but he cut me off. He glared at me, and I flinched. I felt so pathetic. I wondered if Kozubi would kill them if I wanted them dead.
殺してもいいよ
I'll kill them. If you want. I'd rather we not. I feel like today has already been a productive enough day. I will probably have to see if Senna knows a good therapist. Honestly, I think all of us already needed that to begin with. You're still my friend, but I'm kind of worried about you, and I feel like I'm a failure, so I'm not sure if I can help, but I'm going to try. I wondered if Kozupi would kill them if I wanted them dead. No, I don't want to kill them. There were two contradictory feelings inside Kozupi.
殺してもいいよ 殺してもいいよ。殺してもいいよ。やだ、殺したくない。
Yeah. This is... I think this speaks for itself. Should probably give you a hug.
殺せない。
I can't kill them.
殺すことも
You
受け
need
入れるべきなの。
to be willing to kill. It's like... Willing to kill? No, I couldn't.
でよ、エス
So, boy psychic.
お前の
Your
妹って
sister's pretty cute,
お
huh?
前に似合わず可愛いんだ
Nanami?
な。
Was that her name?
だっけ
What? How did this DQN know about Nanami?
だからよ。
So, we had a
ちょ
little
っと
fun
可
with
愛が
her.
ってやったんだよ。
What?
何
Why do I feel... What are you talking about? Why do I feel that Takami's about to also get his D sword, and this entire building's about to burn to the ground full of 1,000 corpses, and it's going to become the next Corpse Party video game? You guys ever watch the Corpse Party anime stuff? It's a bit gory. There's a little bit of blood, and people may or may not die in slightly painful ways. Also, we're about to have a giant magnitude 8 earthquake, so I guess hypothetically, even if all of you get slaughtered here, it'll be covered by the collapsing building. Not that anyone cares, because it's been caused by a corrupt government that doesn't even give a shit about any of this anyway. So what's the fucking matter? What are you talking about?
わかんねえの
Don't you get it? He put his hand around my shoulder. He was wearing perfume, even though he was a guy. It stinks so much. I thought he'd throw up. I thought I'd throw up.
俺の連れ、大体
Me and about 10 of my buddies, we like to hang out, and we didn't have much to do that day.
で、
We were going to pick up some
女なんと
girls
するか
when he
って話にな
offered
った時に
her
よ
to us,
提
your
供してく
sister
れたんだよ
that
ね。お前の妹。
I am pretty sure I must be having a satellite beam a hallucination into my mind, because even if this person had done such a thing, one, they surely wouldn't be bragging to me about it. Two, and I cannot stress this enough, she was on the brink of death and missing a hand. And your first instinct was not, oh my god, this person injured, we need to save them, get them to a hospital. It was that you were going to violate another human being's autonomy. You know what, Kozue? Just hand me your fucking sword. You know, I understand. It's cool. You sit over in the corner, get a little bit of rest, eat the rest of my chicken sandwich, even though it wasn't cooked all the way. Wait, no, don't eat the chicken. It gave me food poisoning. We'll go to Dairy Queen later, okay? But first, I'm going to borrow your sword. Also, Masumi, I understand that you may be going through a breakup soon with your girlfriend that, you know, is your little bottle of ragu, you know, your little spaghetti strainer of a relationship. But Masumi, in general, I'm not going to hurt you. But if you were also there, fucking raping someone, I am going to bisect you from your crotch to your head. Okay? I am going to kill you, and it's going to hurt. So I'll say this. Anybody that would violate another person's autonomy, you don't deserve to live. PSA Lunar D8 does not condone vigilantism or killing people or violence or murder. Just in case anybody were to ever listen to this and feel like it was some sort of permission to go out and become Batman or some shit. It's not. I'm just saying personal feelings about things that are not human, but are pretending to be human. Because I'll tell you this. If a person would ever violate another human being's autonomy, especially in that kind of way, you're not human. You're not even sentient. You don't have a soul. And killing you is not murder because you're not alive, right? After all, murder is only killing a human being, and you're not human, right? And again, for concerns of anyone listening to this out of context, again, I do not condone anyone killing people for any reason. But I just stating personal feelings. It is never okay to force yourself on another person. Especially something like that. You know, sex is supposed to be an expression of emotional intimacy and trust and safety. Basically, it's supposed to be I don't even know how to fucking say this shit. You guys, I feel angry. But yeah. Anybody that would force themselves on another person, you're a piece of shit. Anybody that would violate another human being's autonomy, I hope you burn in hell. Me and about 10 of my buddies, we like to hang out, and we didn't have much time to do. We were going to pick up some girls when he offered her to us. Your sister, that is. You know, your almost dead sister who had been kidnapped and held in a basement, crucified, had her hand cut off, was beaten, and had psychological torture used on her, and then was basically still bound and gagged pretty much, and half conscious and kind of dying of blood loss, and already in a suicidal state. You then, as a group of 10 plus people, did perhaps one of the most horrible, unspeakable, monstrous acts that can be done to a human being. While I am somebody that tries to preach the idea of compassion, I feel that the well consisting of that water, the bucket is scraping the goddamn bottom. It's just sand and rocks. And it's about to be full of the fucking dead bodies. Because it's this well, the well is all out of compassion. There is no longer any room for that. Kozapi, did you?
殺すことも受け入れるべきなの。殺すことも受け入れるべきなの。
Kozapi, even before they said this, you could read their minds. I understand you not saying stuff to me in this situation because, one, you're already really, really struggling with things right now because you have been through a very bad day, Kozapi. 2, we're kind of both already out of breath. 3, you probably weren't sure about how to say this to me, given how horrendous and extreme this circumstance is. Also, they didn't really give you much time because they kind of just immediately led with this. And we are going to burn this building down. And they will see the smoke for miles, Kozapi. I will probably then leave you with Senna so that she can get you to a therapist. And then I will go somewhere else. I don't care if I have a D sword or not. I'm going to kill you all. I will beat you with the fucking staircase if I have to. Offered. Nanami isn't a thing. What do you mean offered? And what did you do? Wait. Did that mean one of them had kidnapped Nanami?
ダーススパイダーだよ。
Darth Spider did. Shogun. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Honestly, to the real Takumi Nishijo, who is currently sitting in a wheelchair, dying of super cancer, who was also the brother of Nanami, who created me via a shadow clone jutsu. Why have you not Professor X Xavier exploded these motherfuckers? Because you're definitely not holding back to a morality reason. Or you're like, kill 2 birds with 1 fucking stone, man. To the point that you're like... Also, there's so much shit wrong with this. Even more than what I was saying earlier. Because here's the thing. First off, Takumi Nishijo, why are you not just nuking these motherfuckers for what they fucking did to your sister? Maybe one thing you didn't kill fucking Darth Spider. They're in a protected place. They have special machines and backpacks that cancel your goddamn powers. These fuckers don't got shit. You could dice them with lasers with your brain. But no, you're like, I need my Shadow Clone Jutsu copy of me to have a mental breakdown so he can go Super Saiyan. So that he can fight Frieza. Frieza, who is living in a fucking planetarium. I don't know why I'm imagining Frieza eating nachos now. But whatever. Main point being, you allowed these fuckers to do... Because here's the thing. Darth Spider wasn't hanging out to watch this shit. He literally just dropped her off. You could have killed these fuckers. You could have saved Nanami then, before it even happened. You didn't use your powers. You allowed your sister to suffer like this. And these fuckers to live. Specifically. So that I would fucking snap and unlock Super Saiyan and kill them. You also were watching the shit with Kozapi. And you didn't fucking help. Also, Remy, who works for you, tried to kill me. She tried to literally stab me in the back with the bladed wing of an angel. And then, on top of that is the fact that Remy has been gone for a week or so at this point. Even if she wasn't there to protect me. And she couldn't rescue Nanami from, Frieza's spaceship in a planetarium. That has like so many nachos for whatever reason. Why didn't Remy stop that from occurring? Even if it's like, oh, how would she know? You have fucking psychic powers, Takumi. You're able to see all this shit. Mr. I'm in a wheelchair fucking with me via sending me pictures of making people send cell phones and shits and people rolling around my fucking house in a goddamn wheelchair with like 100 fucking people taking pictures of my fucking... And here's the thing, Spider, the fucking Facebook thing. the name thing was Spider. Of course, that's fucking Sua. It was fucking Sua who was there. And he's using the name Spider on Facebook. What are you... I'm a fucking otaku, and even I find that fucking nerdy. And the fact that your wife is one of my friends on the fucking Facebook as well, and you're both serial killers. What the fuck is happening? All of you guys fucking should have stepped in before it got to this point. But no, you allowed this to happen. You basically sacrificed Nanami on the altar of this fucking piece of not even human, just fucking literal goddamn shit. Hell is actually too good for this motherfucking piece of crap. And you didn't do anything. You just used her as a goddamn pawn, allowed her to suffer like this, just to piss me off so that I would unlock my key sword. Especially, you're like, oh, I'm going to get my revenge. It doesn't change the fact that it happened and you could have stopped it. It doesn't change the fact that this is something I don't want to do and you're forcing into my lane. I'm just trying to go to the convenience store, eat instant noodles, and jerk off to anime figurines, and you have caused this situation to unfold. And I am not emotionally okay at this point with this. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He came to us, and he said we could do whatever we wanted with your sister. Hilarious, right? It was then at that point that you punched him in the face and said, no, there's no way we can do anything that horrible. And then you took her to a hospital since, she was missing a hand and on the brink of death. Right? 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 My vision went red. I felt like all the blood in my body was boiling up to my head. Yeah, we do have to clarify that first. We can't kill them right now. We have to clarify exactly, because if we're going to do something, after all, didn't Odysseus say it? There's a time and a place for anger. You shouldn't let your anger control you. To be angry is easy. But to be angry at the right man, at the right time, and for the right reason, that is hard and that is good. And I'm saying, I feel all the conditions required, for it to be the right time. That, now is the right time for your anger, Takami. Et tu, Brute, now is the right time for your Telemachus. I'm making a reference to a movie. The 1997 movie The Odyssey, starring Armand Assante. One of the best movies ever made. I strongly recommend watching it. But yeah, we're killing everyone. Everyone fucking dies. But I am going to need you to explain in detail first so that I am expressly clear in my understanding of what is happening, because I don't want there to be any kind of misunderstanding of this. Because if we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. What did you do to Nanami? Huh? I told you. We had a little fun with her. Oh, right. She was missing a hand. Looked like it hurt. Okay, go on. I'm listening. Could you define exactly, literally, what that fun was? Because, just reasons. I just need to know. Just let me know, man. Just let me know. Let's continue on the conversation. So that was real, huh? But it had disappeared from my room right after I'd left. Hey, Misumi. Oh. Hey, Misumi, you tell him. You were there.
れより美奈子
That doesn't matter. Minako is. No, it matters greatly. I may have been giving you a hard time making fucking ragu jokes about spaghetti because dark humor and all that shit. But whatever amount of sympathy I felt for you in the slightest, you had better have something very important to say to me. That is not, oh, Minako is whatever. Because regardless of that, that happened after the thing with my sister. So, again, if you want to walk out of here in a way that is not a log roll down those stairs into a fucking trash bin as your heart and vital organs stay up here on this floor, you better have a very, very, very agreeable point for me. Okay? We're just being really, really clear on that, man. And I still want to have a little bit more detail on certain things from those guys. Because like I said, I need to actually have very clear and literal information. There cannot be any misunderstandings. If we are going to do something, we are going to do it right. So, Misumi, Daisuke, Daichin, buddy old pal, I want to hear some things from you. And for your sake, I really hope I like it. Because if I don't, I don't. That doesn't matter. Minako's what? It doesn't. Oh, I didn't get to read that. It doesn't matter. What the hell you mean? It doesn't matter. She's my little sister. Don't compare her to some bitch named Minako. She's my sister. Damn it.
そうそうそう
Oh right.
記念に写真撮っといたぜ
We took a photo
エスパー
to
を見たいか
remember the event.
見せてやるよ
You want to see it? I'll show. Yeah, you're gonna need to show that to me. You're gonna need to show me first. I'll kill you. But show me the photo. We have to be very clear on this.
画像とあったこれ
I am going to pass out from the goddamn adrenaline
見ろよ
if you do
エスパー
not go through your goddamn phone faster. Let me see. Ah, here it is. Take a look, boy psychic. DQN grabbed me by the jaw and forced me to look at his screen. It was a photo of Nanami. Am I going to get to see it? Do I want covered in blood with empty eyes? Stripped naked? Yeah, I'll kill you. Honestly, I assume that there was probably more to that, but it was because keep in mind this version of the game is still censored. There is a lot of nudity and a lot of violence that has been edited out. And I'm pretty sure this is probably one of those scenes where there probably was a picture. And they're probably like, yeah, there's no way we can have that and not have the game get immediately flagged as adult only. Well, what? The knife I had been holding in my hands was stabbed into his chest. Evidently, I'd stabbed him. I must have brought this knife with me for protection. I drew it out and then stabbed it in again. And again.
おいやめろタク
Taku, stop it. Just so we're clear. 1. Kozue sliced up your girlfriend and all their girlfriends because they were basically ganging up on her, beating her, also psychologically fucking with her with stuff that may or may not be influenced by satellites or people with psychic powers or the government, and were potentially then going to attempt to murder her because they were on top of a roof. It's honestly not that much of a stretch to imagine they're going to try to push her off. That being said, those events took place today. Yesterday, before all that, you all, one, again, the women on top of the school, they instigated the scenario and they... Okay, perhaps the killing was overkill, but how far were they going to go? Let's say if Kozue didn't have a sword, and she didn't have the ability to basically become a little Beyblade of fucking death, would they have killed her? Would they have shoved her off the side of the roof? Would they have cut her? What would they have done to her? How badly would they have beaten her? Especially if her boyfriend and all their boyfriends had just literally gang raped and that happened yesterday, so you can't blame, oh no, the death of Minako, my girlfriend became spaghetti, and no, you can't use that as any sort of defense on that. That happened after the thing where you and these other 10 people all gang raped my sister, who was missing a hand and already bleeding and in an extremely traumatized state already before this, and needed emergency attention so that she wouldn't die. You then gang raped her until she died. You then took a photo of it so that you could eventually show me. Which again, thank you. I'm glad that I had the definitive, literal clarity of what's going on. Because while I didn't enjoy seeing the picture, I will say that I needed to make certain, beyond all shadow of a doubt, there was no misunderstanding. Because such an action as this is extremely last resort sort of thing that is a very serious thing that is not to be taken lightly in any regard. And that if it is to be done, it is to be done right. And right now is right. You're not leaving here alive, Takumi. I mean, Mishima. I can't remember his name. I'm going to call you Hayachi because I did that so many times because your name sounds like the last name of the dude from Tekken. So Mishima Hayachi, you're about to enjoy some actual Tekken, but with swords. So it's like Tekken X Soul Calibur. Taku, stop it.
うるさい
Shut up. I pulled it out and stabbed it in again.
泉
Misumi,
お前も
you
お
too.
前も死ねばいいんだ
I'll kill you too.
僕もナナミ
You'll pay
世界
for what
中
you
の
did
全員が死ね
to
ばいい
Nanami.
んだ
I'll kill
僕が殺してや
everyone
るよ
in the whole world. I mean, not everyone in the world did that. Just 11 people. Besides, I'm pretty sure the knife won't, I'm pretty sure, weapons have an HP meter. Honestly, I think we'll only get through 6 people before the knife breaks. And then we'll have to get creative. I'm just saying, I don't think we have enough knives for this. It's like, okay, you're in front of the court and the judge now. You were found. You stabbed this person 48 times. Well, in my defense, Your Honor, it would have been 63, but the blade broke off in the person's spine. I'm trying to be funny. It's dark humor. I pulled it out again and stabbed it in again and again and again and again. And I don't even have a fucking D-sword. Or muscles. Or bravery. The DQN stopped moving. His eyes were still open. But blood and drool were pouring from his mouth. And he was dead.
ね
Hey,
えコズピー
Kozapi,
全員
kill
撃ち
all of
殺
them.
してよ
Kozapi nodded sadly. The D-sword appeared on her hand. That being said, I actually feel bad for Kozapi.
ねえコズピー全員撃ち殺してよ全員撃ち殺してよ
Because, I mean, we're asking her to do this, and it's going to be more psychologically burdensome for her. And again, I don't want her feeling like I'm feeling pity for her, that, oh, I'm hesitant because I'm looking down on her. Just, It's just, I'm at least acknowledging that asking her to do this is asking something painful of her. But honestly, in this situation, I probably still would realize that I can't kill them all on my own. And I have a magical girl with a giant 5-foot long sword that has magical powers. And I probably would be very angry at that time. So I probably would also ask Kozupi to do it, even though I would feel guilty later. Though at the same time, I'd probably want to be able to manifest my own D sword. But I don't know how to make that shit work. Kozupi nodded sadly. The D sword appeared on her hand.
ねえ、コズピー。泉、お前も死ねばいいんだ。僕もナナミを、世界中の全員が死ねばいいんだ。僕が殺してやんよ。ねえ、コズピー。全員、撃ち殺してよ。全員、撃ち殺してよ。
Kozupi nodded sadly. The D sword appeared on her hand. It reel-booted with a violent screech, like microphone feedback. Masumi's eyes went wide, and then...
Huh?
What? Yeah, I don't feel any pity or sympathy for you. I mean, granted, maybe it's a satellite attack and all this is in my head and you guys didn't do shit. But I don't know that. And I'm about to go the Senna levels of aluminum hat, conspiracy theory, Alex Jones stuff. And be like, everything's a lie and we're in the Matrix and shit. So for the time being, I'm going to assume everything is real. And that all of you are about to not be. It only took an instant. Kozupi swung the sword so hard that she lost her balance and fell flat on her butt. Masumi's body fell on top of her, staining her clothes even darker with blood. She knocked it off of her, looking annoyed, and then smiled at me.
匠さんも殺しちゃったね。
You killed one too, huh, Takumi? Was she sad? In pain? Happy? She had a sad smile on her face, and held all those feelings together.
匠さんも殺しちゃったね。なんで敵だらけなんだろう。もうやだ。
Why are there so many enemies everywhere? I can't take this anymore. Her heart was crying. But she was right. There were enemies everywhere. The only choice available was to kill them. And even if we did, it was their own fault anyway. Not my fault. It was their fault. The fault of the people who had attacked me. They got what they deserved for hurting Nanami. Was Nanami even alive? She was probably dead. She'd been covered in blood. Her hand had been cut off. There was no way she could be alive. I'd never forgive them. Ever. I was tired of just being scared all the time. I'd kill them all of them. When I'd seen that picture of Nanami, something inside me had broken. It felt like there was no going back now. Mamoru Suo was standing at the gate of Sume Academy, looking at the school building, because he was probably using his backpack to do fucking shit to everyone. And all of it was a lie, and I was manipulated by the people's psychic powers. But all that means, Suo, is that if I see you later, let's just say, it's going to be an interesting conversation, man. He parked his car in front of them, and leaning up against it. He was wearing a suit, but he also had a backpack on too. The machine inside was making a strange noise. Even from here he could tell that the school was in uproar. He chuckled.
今日こそ西条匠のコードサンプルを手に入れなきゃっすからね。
We need to get Takumi Nishijo's code sample this time, no matter the cost. He spoke to nobody in particular. There were several men standing around him. Unlike him, they were wearing casual clothes. The one thing they all had in common, though, was the backpacks they were carrying. All of them were silently staring at the building. None of them spoke to each other, nor did Sua. Anything he said to himself.
そのためにこの学校を実験場にしたんすから。もともとここはそのためにのぞみが作ったんすけどね。
That's why we decided to do an experiment here at the school. And well, the whole point of this school was to serve as a test lab. That's why Nozomi funded it. Sume Academy had been founded by an NPO under the control of Nozomi Technology and the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. The number of Gigalomaniacs here wasn't a coincidence. They'd been brought here by Nozomi, and none of them had the slightest clue. Still, though, suicide. He tried any number of ways to bring Takumi Nishijo to the breaking point. He made a number of attempts to get the boy's code sample, but the kid was an even bigger loser than he thought. He showed no signs of awakening as a Gigalomaniac. When he started this project, Sua had no idea Takumi would be such a pain in the ass. But as of today, that was over.
もう回りくどいことはなしで、とっておきの祭りを提供してやるっすよ。
No more skulking in the shadows. We're going big. A lot of innocent people were going to die. But that didn't matter. The leader of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light had told him. In any event, the third melt was going to destroy Shibuya this afternoon. No matter how many kids died here, it would be easy to make up a story about them dying in the earthquake. Nobody would question it.
さてと。
Alright,
じゃあ行きます
time
か
to
ね
get going. Sua opened the trunk and took out his Darth Spider helmet. He put it on. The combination of suit, backpack, and Darth Spider helmet was an exceedingly bizarre one. But he himself didn't seem to care. He strolled up to the entrance and casually walked inside. The other men with backpacks wordlessly followed after. I helped Kozupi out to the inner courtyard. Senna was waiting for us there. She glared at us when she saw us. The D sword was in her hand. It was real booted already, and glowing with a red light.
お前たちはバカだ。
You're both fools.
罠にはめられ
This
てい
was
る
a
んだ。
trap.
すべて精神攻撃だ。
Everything you've seen here is just a psychological attack. It's driving everyone crazy, that's all.
真の悪
You
に
need
気
to
づけ。
find the real enemy.
元
Unless
気
you
を
destroy the
叩かなけれ
problem
ば
at the root,
悪夢は終わらない。
the nightmare will never end.
ポーターだ。
It's the
リュッ
porters.
クを背負っている
There
奴
should
ら
be
が
men around
どこ
here
か
with
にいるはず。
backpacks.
そ
They're
いつら
attacking
の
you
妄
with
想攻撃。
delusions.
セナさんはコズピーの味方だよね。
Senna, are you Kozupi's friend? You're my friend, right?
コズ
Kozue?
真の悪って何？
Who's the real enemy?
その影響があるから何なのかな。
Are they what's behind all this?
コズピーとタクミさんを攻撃してきたゴキさんたちはね、自動的に敵だよ。
All the Roach people who attacked us are automatically our enemies. So we killed them.
真の悪って何？その影響があるから何なのかな。セナさんはコズピーの味方だよね。
コズコズコズ
真の悪って何？その影響があるから何なのかな。殺したくない。
I don't want to kill them. Kozupi's inner voice was contradicting itself again. That's called being human.
それが敵の思うツボなんだ。
That's what the enemy
ス
wants.
トーカーしてくるんだもん。
They're all stalking me. I'm scared, Kozupi.
コズピーじゃなくなった。
Kozupi is going to stop being Kozupi. They're all stalking me. I'm scared. I'm scared Kozupi is going to stop being Kozupi. It was the same for me. The sound of the cell phone shutter, the creaking sound of the wheelchair, just hearing them was enough to break me down. It was enough to make me lose control and give in to the murderous impulses. In fact, I had already given in.
お前たちは 何と戦っているのか把握しているのか。
Do you even know what you're fighting? I didn't know who our enemy was. I couldn't tell anyone. Was it Shogun? Somebody else? I didn't even know who was attacking me. Also, that's a tornado siren. We're not having a tornado, it's being tested. They do it at noon. It's 12 o'clock p.m. on March 27th, 2024. Eastern Standard Time. The one thing I knew was the whole world was my enemy.
妄想に惑わされるな。
Don't let the delusions fool you.
お前たちは自分の妄想によって殺されようとしている。
Your own delusions are on the verge of killing you.
小杖、それ以上ディソードを使うんじゃない。
Kozu, don't use your D sword anymore.
負の物質がお前の心と体を侵食しているんだ。
The negative matter is seeping into your mind and body.
まともに歩けなくなっているんだろう。このままだとお前という存在が崩壊する。
You can barely even walk anymore, right? Your very existence is about to collapse in on itself.
セナちゃんはコズピーたちの味方？
Senna, are you Kozupi's friend? Kozupi asked the same question. She sounded like she was seeking somebody to save her. I gulped and waited for Senna's answer.
セナちゃんはコズピーたちの味方？
I wasn't expecting anything. I wasn't, but
私は
I'm
お前たちの味方だ。
your friend. Senna's answer was clear, unhesitating.
お前たちを攻撃している敵は私が倒す。
I'll defeat the enemy who's attacking you.
だから
So,
もう妄想する
no
な。
more delusions. Phew, Kozupi had another friend besides me now. Kozupi slowly lowered the blade. Good.
セナちゃん大好きなのら。
Senna, I love you. Nora. Again, what does Nora mean? I had to look that up at some point. She was crying, and she gave Senna a pleading glance. What? Senna, did you just murder Kozue? Then suddenly she struck out with the D-sword. Senna managed to block. Oh. Kozue tried to kill Senna. Why?
よかった。セナちゃん大好きなのら。
She was crying as she gave Senna a pleading glance. Then suddenly she struck out with the D-sword. Were you, like, reading her mind and she was thinking about what... I feel like there's context I'm missing. What? Senna managed to block at the last second, but the impact knocked her off her feet. Kozue,
何を。
what are you doing?
コズピー。
Kozupi. Senna said she was your friend. Why are you attacking her? No. No, it's not Kozupi. So the sword is controlling you now. So it's not like you're manipulating the sword. The sword is wielding you. And you don't have any free will anymore. We are dealing with psychic weapons. But this is concerning. No, it's not Kozupi. She yelled as she brought the blade down on a prone Senna.
コズピーじゃないよ。
It's not Kozupi. Senna, are you hurt? The blow hit the ground hard. Senna had managed to roll out of the way at the last second. Yeah, I don't want either of you to get hurt.
コズ、何を。コズピー。
違う。コズピーじゃない。コズピーじゃないよ。コズピーじゃないよ。
And quickly stood up with her D-sword at the ready.
私を。
Are you trying to kill me, Kozue? Kozupi thrashed her head from side to side, tears pouring down her face.
違うよ。
No, my hands are moving on their own. Help me, Senna. Takumi. What the hell was going on?
負の妄想に取りつかれてしまってい
The
る。
negative delusions have taken over.
自分でディソ
Does
ード
this
を
mean she
制
can
御
no
で
longer
きていないの
control
か。
her own D-sword? Wait, does that mean she's turned into a killing machine and is murdering people whether she wants or to or not?
コズ、ディソードを消せ。
Kozu, make your D-sword go away. I can't. I can't, Nora. I mean, her sword has turned darker.
こいつ。
Damn it.
殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す
I heard a voice. Not an inner voice.
殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す殺す
Kozupi's real voice. It was saying one word over and over again, kill. But her inner voice was saying the opposite. Help! Make it stop.
セナ、コズピを助けてあげてよ。
Senna, help Kozupi. All I could do was beg Senna to do something. I couldn't get between the two of them myself. I mean, I don't have a magical sword of malicious.
妄想を見せて無力化を。
I need to feed her a delusion to calm her down. Kozupi's attacks kept coming. She swung the D-sword once, and then again, and then again. Each attack was the same, like she didn't know any other way to fight.
殺したくないのに
I don't want to kill her.
殺したくないのに
I don't want to kill Senna. Her body swayed, her feet tripped, her face wasn't even looking toward Senna. But her attacks were still deadly
殺
accurate.
す殺すぶち殺すぶち殺してやる
Her stance was terrible, and her swings were all wrong, but each attack was precise and deadly. Senna was being pushed back. I could see fear on her face.
こな。
Damn it! The D-swords collided. Senna was knocked back. She was thrown off guard. Kozupi's D-sword slashed out at impossible angles that ignored physical laws. Blood sprayed out from her slender body.
それは妄想だ。
That's a delusion. Senna was now behind Kozupi. Senna's corpse on the ground disappeared. Kozupi gasped as Senna grabbed her from behind.
ディソードを捨てろ。
Throw
コズ。
away your D-sword, Kozu.
離せ離せ離
Let
せ
me go, let
離
me
せ
go, let me
離
go,
せ
let me go.
離せ殺
Kill
し
me.
てコズピーのこと殺して
Kill me, Senna.
コズピーは悪くない
It's not
コズ
Kozupi's
ピー
fault.
は悪く
It's
ない
not Kozupi's
みん
fault.
なが悪いんだ
It's everybody else's fault.
こんな自分もう見たくない
I don't want to see myself like this. I don't want to kill Senna, so Kozupi's mind and body were contradicting each other. They were being torn apart. Her little body was trying its best to squirm out of Senna's grasp, and her heart was crying.
頼む。
Please,
剣を
throw
捨てて
the
くれ。
sword away,
コズ。
Kozu.
元に戻ってくれ。
Go back to normal.
私はお前を見捨てたりしない。
I'll never abandon you.
お前は私のた
You're
った
my
一
own-
人の友達で。
You're my only friend. Senna's eyes were wet. I never thought I'd see Senna cry. No! Then Kozui's arms moved in a strange way. Are you gonna I'm worried about this. A way that shouldn't have been able to. Are you moving your arm out of joint in a way that's physically painful for you to stab at an angle that your arm shouldn't be capable of bending at? That is scary and concerning for multiple reasons. Oh. That was a joint and a bone. That sounded horribly painful. By the way, Senna, that sword's probably gonna start flying at you at an angle that shouldn't exist. which means you're probably about to die. And Kozu, again, your arm is broken now. The dull thud of bone jerking out of its socket. Kozupi's wordless scream. The next thing I knew, Kozumi's bulky D-sword had been pushed up against Senna's back and was digging into her skin like a saw. Senna's clothes were turning bright red. Senna gritted her teeth and knocked Kozupi away, but it was too late. As she flew backward, Kozupi swung the D-sword again. Well, this is not good. It tore open Senna's side. Senna was writhing in pain. Kozupi pointed the D-sword at her. I don't think her intestines are inside her anymore, Kozupi. I think she might need those to do that. Senna, run away. The word die a lot.
コズ
Kozu,
すまない
I'm sorry.
すま
I'm sorry.
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
You know, every time I go to one of these character routes, I'm like, okay, the previous video I made was the most depressing thing that they could have done in the game. There's no way the next thing I do is going to be worse. And the people who made this game are good writers, I guess.
お前のこと助けてやれなくて
Sorry I couldn't save you.
私のこと慕ってくれたのに
I know you looked up to me,
お前の力に
but I couldn't help you.
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
お前の SOS にもっと早く気づいて
If only
あ
I'd
げたら
If only I'd heard your call for help sooner.
小杖と話している時間が私にとって唯一ほっとできる時間だった
The time I spent with you was the only time I was at peace.
お前の SOS にもっと早く気づいてあげられたら
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
慕ってくれて
Thank you for looking up to me.
ありが
死ね
So, I couldn't bear to look.
死んだの
Is she dead? Yes. Yes, Cosby. She is dead. She was dead. Senna was dead too. She was Cosby's friend. Maybe Senna could have helped us. But Cosby had killed her. The D-sword was still sticking out of her friend's corpse. Her arm was still hanging out of its socket, unable to move. Cosby's expression was a cross between a smile and sadness.
セナちゃんセナちゃん返事して一緒にガルガリ君食べに行こうよたくみさんと3人でまた写真撮ってまた Senna, answer me. Let's go eat some Garugari-kun popsicles, and then we can take another photo with the two of us and Takumi again.
Her heart was crying.
たくみさん、
Takumi?
セナさん、どうして返事してくれないのかな。
Why won't Senna answer me? Why? Senna is dead.
殺しちゃった。殺しちゃったよ。
I killed her. Kozubi now crouched on the ground where she once stood. She was holding Senna with one arm. She buried her face in her long black hair, which had once been pretty, but now was covered with blood.
こんな
Why?
コズピーね、こんなこと望んでないのに、望んでなかったのに。
Why did Kozupi do this? I didn't want to. I didn't want to do it.
セナちゃんのこと好きだったのに、大好きだったのに、お姉ちゃんみたいだなって思ってたのに。
I liked Senna. I loved Senna. She was like my big sister. So, why?
なんでコズピーはセナちゃんのことを。
Why did Kozupi kill Senna?
なんで
Why?
信仰の救いっすよ。
The divine light saved you. I saw a man standing there with Darth's spider helmet on his head. I couldn't tell when he'd showed up. He had a gun in his hand. He was pointing it at us.
あえ
You. Darth Spider? I remember what the DQN I'd killed had said. The Darth Spider had offered them Nanami.
お前か。
Was it you?
さあ、何のことっすか？
I don't know what you're talking about. And you shot me. Well, I've already been shot in the heart, so might as well just shoot me literally then. Gah, he shot me. Pain ran through my legs as I dropped to my knees. Takumi? Kozupi's D-sword roared. It tore through the Darth Spider helmet like paper. The face inside wasn't Shogun, but that of a handsome young man. Did it actually work, or is he using his delusion powers still? The man fired back, and blood spurted from her leg. She fell.
おっと、殺し
Oh,
はしないっすよ。
I'm not gonna kill you.
コードサンプルを
I
取
need
ら
your
せて
code
もらわな
sample.
いといけないんで。
How did you not get injured from that, man? Who was this guy? What the hell did he want? I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before, but I couldn't remember. Why did he have a gun anyway? But this was the guy. This was the one that Senna had said was the true evil. Was he working for Shogun? Somebody else? I didn't care. He was the one behind all of this. I wanted to kill him. But the pain in my leg was so great I couldn't even stand. Next, he shot my shoulder. The impact knocked me to the ground. The bullet dug into my flesh, and I screamed from the heat and the pain. Then my arm, I dropped the knife I was holding. Pain signals from all over my body were stabbing into my brain. I couldn't even tell where I had been shot anymore. I was going to die. I couldn't handle the pain. The man got closer. He looked at my face for a moment before taking something strange out of his backpack. It looked like it was some kind of headgear with lots of cords.
殺す。
I'll kill you.
Nani?
What?
殺してやる。
I'll kill you. She stood up slowly. She was dragging a leg behind her. She could barely even hold her sword.
こいつ、化け物
What
か
the
よ。
hell? Is she even human?
殺してやる。
I'll kill you. I heard the sound of the sword ripping through air. At the same time, I heard a gunshot. The D-sword slammed into his body. It broke him into pieces before he even had time to scream. Was it real? Being shot? Again? Kozubi moaned and spat out blood. His last gunshot hit her in the chest. She is going to die. She fell face up in one of the flower beds. Countless black particles were gathering around her D-sword. The terrifying weapon of violence, beautiful and cruel, was beginning to shimmer out of
匠
existence.
さん、
Takumi?
コズピーね。もう、ダメみたい。
I think Kozupi can't go on anymore. I crawled over to her, forcing myself to ignore the pain coming from my whole body. A moment ago, my body had felt so hot. Now it felt terribly cold, like I jumped into a lake in the middle of winter. I couldn't stop shaking. I was losing feeling in my fingers. My vision was getting blurry. But still, I forced myself to reach out my hand toward Kozupi, who was lying in a bed of brilliantly colored flowers. My cold fingers touched her soft, warm hands. I clenched them tightly, as if seeking something. I turned my body face up like hers. The smell of blood overpowered the sweet scent of the flowers. It was so cold, but the warmth of her fingers and the warmth of the earth on my back made me feel a bit better. The sky was so clear. It stretched out so far. And for some reason,
ねえね
look,
え、空がとっても綺麗だよ。
the sky's so pretty.
まるでブチュブチュさんをたくさん散りばめたみたいで。
Like all the beady beads are scattered everywhere. The color of the sky was changing rapidly. Like Kozubi said, it was like the sky was colored with colorful beads. Oh, the earthquake's about to happen right now. I remember I still had the bead strap that Kozubi had given me before in my pocket. The music's definitely not helping me not feel emotional about this. Good job, music composers. I took it out, and the two of us held it together. I could barely grip it, but I didn't care.
コズピーもあんな風に空に浮かぶブチュブチュさんになりたいな。
I wish I could be like one of those beady beads, floating in the sky. You can. Throw away your shithole of a body, throw away this shithole of a world. Just become a star. Then you won't feel any pain or sadness at all. Then you could be at peace.
たくみさんも一緒に来てくれる？
Will you come with me, Takumi? Of course. We'll be together forever. You are the one person. You are the one person who never betrayed me. You are the one person who helped me until the end. So, I'll never betray you. So, I'll stay with you to the end. Thank you.
あのね、コズピー。匠さんのこと好きになってもいいかな。
Is it okay if I fall in love with you, Takumi?
あのね、コズピー。匠さんのこと好きになってもいいかな。
As my consciousness began to fade, I answered her. So we didn't have the energy to say it out loud. I could tell the warmth was fading from her hand. I could feel the strength draining from her fingers. I could tell the warmth was fading from her hand. But I kept holding on and trying not to cry. The sky was turning white. The beady beads were disappearing. And the city is about to have a magnitude 8 earthquake. Felt like something important was happening, but I didn't care. I was relieved. I was glad Kozubi didn't have to see the beady beads disappear. I softly closed my eyes. Time stopped. The world stopped. Inside me and inside her there was a sky, and the colorful bead-like stars became eternal. And again, the music that we have for the ending. Fuck! 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 I accidentally pushed a button. I wanted to listen to that. That was a good door. We put the name of the company in her hand. Okay. Well, hope everyone had a good day. Bye.